Yeah, it's one of those days, so let me explain what happened. Blue screen of death about 10 minutes ago. The screen turned bluer than me. Okie dokie, everything was okie dokie. Rebooted, streamed. Webcam didn't want to work, so I had to unplug the webcam, plug the webcam back in a different port. It worked. I've been chatting to myself for a few minutes like I typically might do on any given day, and the microphone was muted. Why? Because technology hates me. So, my apologies. When the computer blue screened of death, all the streams died. Y'all got told the streams had ended. It was a sad day. But now the streams are working again. And I just turned off a button on at least YouTube to where if this happens again, hopefully the stream will just be paused and, we'll be able to progress on with our evening without having to reboot and start a new stream again. But alas, I just had to start a new stream again. So now I have to go through and change all the titles to live stream number 2. I have to go unpin and repin a bunch of different videos because, well, technology. So I apologize, but the computer is a troll. And when the computer is a troll, sometimes it just dies. And it's very sad. So we've got a hailer approaching the city of Brownwood. Hopefully this is going to stay just south of Brownwood. But those of you north of 67, you're probably not going to be getting any sort of hail out of this. Those of you south of 67 and 84, you're going to go from no hail to baseball-sized hail real quick. So unfortunately, it looks like this is probably going to at least get the south sides of Brownwood with very large hail. So Tracy, if you're watching, you and your dad should probably get away from the windows on the south side of Brownwood. That would be recommended. And we just had a storm move through the city of Midland with tennis ball to baseball size hail. This storm's moving southeast at a good 30 miles an hour away from the city of Midland and away from Interstate 20. Be neat if the radar would turn on. This is just technology and everything was working well so long, and then everything just went kabloink. Kabloink. Okay, so the storm now moving southeast of Interstate 20. Probably some hail still falling on I-20 between the east side of Midland, the east loop, up to Stanton. We note additional storms from northeast of Gardendale, and then back northwest towards Andrews following the same track. So Midland, you might be getting another 2 rounds of hail over the next hour, as these storms move east-southeast about 35 miles an hour. Storms around Lubbock producing heavy rain, flash flooding, localized instances of 70 to 75 mile an hour winds. And you'll see that little spinny McSpinner southeast of Rawls. I'm not a meteorologist. I don't pretend to be a meteorologist, but that's a tornado. I mean, there's no doubt about it. There's a tornado right there. Very strong indication of low-level rotation. Impressive reflectivity structure. Not really a correlation coefficient deficit or a debris signature, but that might be what we call a landspout tornado, one of those brief spin-ups we've been dealing with all afternoon in West Texas. But again, that's a very impressive velocity couplet. East of Highway 207, south of Rawls. How far south of Rawls? We're talking 12 miles south of Rawls, about 13 miles southwest of Crosbyton. Again, these are just little brief spin-ups that can happen pretty quick. Apparently, we're not going to be warning them today with tornado warnings, but there's a brief tornado right there. I'm very confident of that based on what I've already seen today. So, again, localized brief damaging winds, maybe some quarter-size hail around Lubbock. Localized winds over 70 miles an hour, and again, brief tornadoes. Especially right now, I'd say there's a high probability we have a brief tornado about 13 miles or so southwest of Crosbyton, about 12 miles southeast of Rawls, east of Highway 207. I've been there before. I've gotten some pretty good storm video from that highway. And then I almost got trapped on said highway in a flood. Was not enjoyable, by the way. Okay, so let me go ahead and change some radar sources. It's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning for Mills County, including the city of Goldwaite. This is going to be for the supercell near Brownwood that is producing baseball-size hail. Those of you in Goldwaite, up 183 to Mullen, your phones probably just went chirpy chirp chirp. And this storm is moving east, maybe southeast at 30 miles an hour. So, all right, thing I was just talking about being a tornado is actually tornado warned today. It's nice to see a tornado warning when there's actually a velocity couplet that warrants it. So it's going to be a tornado, a likely tornado at this point. And honestly, that looks like a tornado debris signature, a TDS. So this is going to be a tornado warning for southeastern Crosby County until 6:15 p.m. This is for a thunderstorm moving east at 5 miles an hour. Count with me now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's how quick it's moving. 5 miles an hour. It's over the middle of nowhere, but it has what appears to be a tornado debris signature. We'll switch over the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see that clear-cut velocity couplet there. Winds in the red moving away from the radar. Winds in the green moving towards. Switch over. Almost looks like there's a bit of a correlation coefficient deficit. So, frankly, I'd say there's probably at least a brief tornado down there with a weak tornado debris signature. What is out there for it to hit, I'd prefer not to know. Hopefully just some trees versus, farm equipment or anything of that sort. So again, this is going to be what I believe is a confirmed tornado about 2 miles east of Highway 207. I'll put some roads on here. That's not a road, that's a button. Well, it's not letting me put roads on here, but this is County Road 220. This is going to be about, maybe closer to 3 to 4 miles east of 207, near County Road 220, maybe a mile south of County Road 220, moving east at about 5 miles an hour. As you can tell by the lack of roads further to the east, it becomes very, very rural. And this is probably, again, this is about 13 miles southwest of Crosbyton. At about 13 miles southeast of Rawls. This storm is not an issue for Rawls, Crosbyton. This is in the middle of nowhere. Literally very rural areas, but there's still probably folks out here. We have a weak tornado debris signature, so something's been lofted, whether it be some tree limbs, hopefully not farm equipment or any structures, but there's probably a tornado there, again, maybe a mile or so south of County Road 220, 3 to 4 miles east of State Highway 207 moving east at 5 miles per hour. So that's a short duration tornado warning with that thunderstorm. Further west, we've got heavy rain, very strong winds around the city of Lubbock, the potential for flash flooding as a flash flood warning continues through 7:30 p.m. Severe thunderstorm warnings through the next 30 minutes at least, winds over 70 miles per hour. We have a new tornado warning. This is going to be a tornado warning for southeastern Brown County. This is going to be for the storm producing baseballs. Looks like the Weather Service in San Angelo has elected to put a tornado warning out. This is going to be southeast of the city of Brownwood. Brownwood, if we have a tornado, it's going to be near Indian Creek or Camp Bowie, moving east to 25 miles an hour. This does not include the city of Brownwood. Brownwood, there's no tornado threat in the town. Y'all are probably getting nasty size hail right now. But no tornado in Brownwood. We'll see if the Weather Service in Fort Worth elects to extend the tornado warning into Mills County. Either way, this storm could be producing hail of baseball to the size of a softball. So that's what's going on with this. Hail core likely have maybe some quarter-sized hail falling in Brownwood, just south of Brownwood, that could be ramped up to baseballs real quick. Nasty, nasty hail core. Unfortunately, the closest weather radar that would give us a good low-level look at the Brownwood storm is out of service, and has been for several days, and will be for another couple days as they wait on parts. So we're currently looking well above the ground here with the closest radar. We're looking at about 9,000 feet above the surface, which is not a good low-level look. I can't tell you what's going on at the surface. But it's got hail, it's got rotation, it's got a wall cloud down closer to the ground reported by spotters. No reports of a tornado at this point, but a lot of hail being reported, that's for sure. Thunderstorm that moved through the city of Midland apparently brought our annual baseball-size hail fest to the city of Midland. A lot of reports of baseball-sized hail with this storm as it moved through Midland over the last 20 minutes. Now moving southeast down Highway 158 at about 40 miles an hour, noting outflow winds up to 70 miles an hour as well. 70 to 80, actually, is what the Weather Service in Midland has it warned for. Baseball-sized hail, the potential for 70 to 80 mile an hour straight line winds as this storm moves southeast away from the city of Midland towards Highway 137 at Highway 158. And we note more storms are heading towards the city of Midland with more hail. So another round of hail is about to begin in the city of Midland. Let's pop on into North Texas, see how the stormies around here are behaving this afternoon. So far, they're behaving pretty well. We note some intensification with this storm in western Denton County, maybe some pea to dime size hail. And this thunderstorm is moving east, probably about 20 to 30 miles an hour with heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds. Not severe at this time, although I do, again, remind folks we are expecting an uptick in thunderstorm intensity across North Texas over the next few hours. Some storms could have hail, high winds, and probably a lot of rain, which rain is good. All right, let me set my monitors back up again if we're done having crashy the computer. I'm going to get my various radar products set back up so I can maintain situational awareness. We thank all those joining us on our various social media platforms this afternoon. I hope you're watching us from the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app or website. You can also watch us on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. Hit that subscribe button and hit that bell to get notified when we go live. YouTube is our main live streaming platform these days. So we've got another storm moving into the city of Midland, the potential for more hail at this point. So again, more hail coming in the city of Midland from the northwest. We still have a tornado warning just east of Caprock and Highway 207. Well south of Highway 62. Well south of Rawls and Crosbyton. Moving off to the east at a whole 5 miles an hour, but the rest of these storms are moving at closer to 30. So we still have heavy rain, high winds around Lubbock, west central Texas, with the potential of a brief tornado east of Highway 207 along County Road 220. That signature is much weaker now, so that brief tornado probably has come and gone. 3 hailers in the Permian Basin, one south of Andrews on 385 moving towards Gardendale and Midland. Second hailer coming on through the north sides of Midland. First hailer with baseball-sized hail, winds over 70 miles an hour, coming up on 137 and 158, taking a leisurely drive down 158. Will probably pass south of Sterling City. Just southeast of Strawberry right now. Could be an issue for Garden City in about 15 to 20 minutes. All right. More radars, more radars, more radars for me. Gotta make sure I keep up with everything. So it's 6:01 on the 24th of May, 2022. I hope y'all are having a good day. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer, dealing with multiple severe thunderstorms in multiple geographic regions. Outside of the thunderstorm now southeast of Midland, our most intense thunderstorm we're dealing with right now is likely going to be the one just southeast of the city of Brownwood. We'll pop back down to that now using our super duper awesome blossom weather radar. And we note storms again in North Texas, western DFW are not severe at the moment. They look pretty creepy, that's for sure. A lot of pictures of shelf clouds and some pretty colors, but they're not severe at the moment. Definitely are going to be raining. All right, make sure I actually pin the severe weather coverage we're using right now. There we go. Fix that on Twitter. So this is going to be an intense supercell thunderstorm capable of producing baseball to softball size hail just southeast of Brownwood. Also, can't rule out a tornado, but the hail threat concerns me more. This will be moving into northern Mills County over the next several minutes. Moving towards Villa, Mullen, Democrat, Pretty. That's Pretty as in Papa, Romeo, India, Delta, Delta, Yankee. This warning also technically includes the city of Goldthwaite, but I'm hoping it's going to stay north of the town. But either way, it's got baseball, softball size hail, winds 60, 70 miles an hour. No, yeah, maybe a brief rain wrap tornado. And that sounds fun. No, it does not. I'm being sarcastic. It's what I do. Further south, we've got a severe thunderstorm capable of producing, looks like they've got the stormy warned for $half size hail. This storm could produce maybe hail larger than that. It's over rural areas just northeast of Juneau and Highway 163, moving towards Highway 277. Probably going to cross 277 30 to 35 miles south of Sonora, moving southeast. Now, we also have some of our daily northern Mexico high-terrain supercells. Ooh, mama, look at that. That's cute. Nice supercellular storm structure. You can see clear hook echoes with that. Let's see how far that is from the international border. From Eagle Pass, this storm is about 30 to 35 miles. And let's see what direction it's moving. Oh, excuse me, it might be almost time for more coffee. Looks like it's moving east. About 20 miles an hour. So these storms may actually make it into the Edwards Plateau over the next few hours, in which case the threat for very large hail and damaging winds would increase. So we're going to have to keep an eye on those storms. So again, let's review. Supercell capable of baseball-size hail. Southeast of Brownwood now. It's pouring and storming in Brownwood, but the threat for a nasty hailstorm is starting to move southeast of Brownwood. Excuse me. The storm's moving into northern Mills County. Places like Mullen, Villa, over to Pretty. Hopefully staying just north of Goldthwaite, but we'll have to wait and see. Another storm's going to be southwest of that, just northwest of the city of Brady. Very strong winds possible with this thunderstorm as it moves off to the east northeast at about 35 miles an hour. Could have some large hail with that too. We got a new tornado warning. It's going to be for the storm southeast of Midland on 158. So it's going to be for a possible tornado on 158, just southeast of the 137 intersection, southeast of Spraberry, moving towards Garden City, Texas. So this will be a tornado warning through 6:30 p.m. Excuse me, 6:45 p.m. That does include Garden City, Texas. Garden City, Texas, right there. So it's going to be for a possible tornado. And yeah, you can see that little sucker wrapping up. We've got a clear-cut hook echo. Wind's moving away from the radar site Midland there. Wind's moving towards. We're getting a good low-level scan with this thunderstorm. So switch over to which way the wind's, or rain, how hard the rain's blowing mode. And there you go. Clear-cut hook echo could have a tornado right on Highway 158, maybe 1 to 2 miles east of Highway 137. Moving towards Garden City, Texas. That's Garden City, Texas, right there. Storm moving southeast at probably 30 miles an hour. So those of you on the tornado warning, and again, this will be a tornado warning until 6:45 for central Glasscock County. Possible tornado located 11 miles west of Garden City, moving east at 40 miles an hour, capable of producing a tornado and baseball-size hail. So we don't want anyone traveling on Highway 158 from the city of Midland down through Garden City, frankly, all the way to west of Sterling City at this point due to the dangerous thunderstorm. Not only capable of producing a tornado, but baseball-size hail and straight-line winds over 70 miles per hour. Latest radar scan. We'll get a new velocity scan here in just a second. Have a flash flood warning through 9:15. Now for Brownwood, Early, and Baines. Here's a new velocity scan. Gate-to-gate couplet now. So this is a probable tornado. Winds moving away from the radar at about 60. Winds moving towards it at about 45. We'll just say 110 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear with this circulation. No debris signature at this point. Wouldn't really expect to see one in a rural area. But again, tornado likely down about 3 to 4 miles southeast of Highway 137 near Highway 158. Put some roads on here. It's County Road 135. Got State Highway 158, obviously. This is north of County Road 110 for now. Moving towards County Road 110 and County Road 125 if it continues moving more southeast. Garden City, out here at County Road 415. So again, switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see clear-cut hook echo with this thunderstorm. With the tornado warning for Glasscock County. This is going to be well southeast of the city of Midland at this point. Moving southeast at 40 miles per hour. So again, a likely tornado coming up on County Road 110, moving towards County Road 125. This is going to be near Highway 158. Several miles east of Highway 137 at this point. I love folks trying to call out Twitter locations from automated Twitter weather warnings. Ladies and gentlemen, if you see our automated weather warnings on Twitter, those are counties, not cities. There's maps. All right, looks like Lubbock's put a new tornado warning out. For whom? That's a good question. That storm east of Caprock, still well south of Crosbyton. That's literally in the middle of nowhere, so I'm not even going to look at it right now. This one, on the other hand, has the potential of a tornado now on County Road 135, moving east-southeast towards County Road 110 and County Road 125. This storm also has a history of producing softball-size hail in the city of Midland. That's 4-inch diameter size hail. Just checking some other radar data real quick, see what we might have going on here. Don't want to miss anything, so we'll switch to West Texas real quick. Heavy rain, flooding around the city of Lubbock, some strong winds possibly. Tornado continues southeast of Crosbyton. It's going to be about 10 miles south of Crosbyton, pretty much in the middle of nowhere. Moving towards White River Lake. So again, this is moving towards White River Lake, though. So if you know where White River Lake is, this is about 7 to 8 miles west-northwest of White River Lake, moving towards White River Lake. If this storm does continue, it's moving pretty slowly, mind you. It's only moving, at this point, 15 miles an hour. But if it continues, it could be a threat to the town of Spur on Highway 70 down the road. Let's go back down into the Concho Valley and Hill Country. Oh, excuse me. Hail core about to move over Highway 183 on the Mills-Brown County line. This is going to be moving towards Mullen. Potential for baseball-sized hail, winds over 60 miles an hour. After that could be an issue, well, Zephyr, Villa, Mullen to Pretty. This is about to visit Zephyr on Highway 183 and 84, then Villa, then Mullen down in Mills County. Hopefully staying north of Goldwaith. Could be a threat to Pretty on Highway 16. And then eventually down the road, maybe Hamilton to Avant with that thunderstorm. So we have 3 tornado warnings right now. One for southeastern Brown County. To be frank, I'm not too worried about that being a tornado right now. If it's there, it's so wrapped in rain, we're not going to see it. I'm more concerned about the hail with that. Tornado warning southeast of Midland, moving towards Garden City. This storm likely has a tornado down with it right now. Very impressive storm structure. Coming up on County Road 125 near County Road 110, south of Highway 158. Switch over to which way the wind's blowing mode, and a very high probability of a tornado in progress at this point. Winds moving away from the radar now at 77 miles an hour, moving towards at 50, so we're up to pretty much 130 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. Maybe some minute signs of a debris signature with this thunderstorm, but again, there's not a whole lot to hit out here. But likely a tornado down in progress coming up on County Road 125 near County Road 110. Southeast of Highway 137 and 158, well southeast of Midland, a couple miles southwest of Garden City, Texas. And if it continues, it'll be moving over rural areas remaining southwest of Sterling City. So again, that's a probable tornado in progress, probably the most impressive velocity couplet I've seen today. It's probably latched onto an outflow boundary that's locally enhanced your low-level wind shear, hence that increased tornado possibility at this point. So if you're in Garden City or south of Garden City, south of Highway 158, east of Highway 137, we're talking, if you want to be technical, we're talking probably 35 miles west of Sterling City, about 30 miles southeast of Midland at this point. That's where this thing is. Further north, this is going to be a possible tornado south of Crosbyton, west of Spur, west of Dickens, southeast of Rawls. This storm also has a very impressive velocity signature from the Lubbock radar. Winds move towards the radar about 70 miles an hour. Winds moving away about, we'll be gracious, say 25 to 30, so about 100 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. Pretty impressive velocity couplet. That could be a tornado as well, moving towards White River Lake. That's what we have with that. We have a lot of rain in West Texas right now. I'd say the wind threat around Lubbock's decreasing. Could still have gusty winds around Lubbock, but flash flooding seems to be the bigger issue around Lubbock right now. Otherwise, beneficial rains falling across West Texas. We needed it. More storms moving in the city of Midland. These look much weaker than the one that dropped softball-size hail earlier. Could still have winds over 70 miles an hour and the potential for maybe some quarter-size hail. And then we've got the severe storm capable of producing baseball-size hail and winds of 70 miles an hour possible. With this thunderstorm moving into northern Mills County towards Zephyr in far eastern Brown County, Villa in Mills County, Mullen, Bossier, whatever, Democrat, over to Pretty in Mills County. This is probably going to stay north of the city of Goldwaith. Goldwaith, you might get some wind out of it, though. So that's one storm. I don't think they're going to extend that tornado warning, but that's a mean and nasty hailer for now. That could become a big wind maker. What's likely a tornado down right now, east of County Road 125, a couple miles, let's just be specific, I suppose. This is going to be closer to about 5 miles southwest of Garden City, Texas, and Highway 158. About 4 miles southeast of County Road 110 and 125. Moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour, the storm also has a history of producing baseball to softball size hail and winds over 70 miles an hour. So impressive velocity couplet there over rural areas. Let me see if we can't pick out some more road names. It's just when you think no one's in that area and you're okie dokie, you end up in a farm or something and people get hurt, and then I feel very bad. So coming up to County Road 270 southeast of Garden City, Texas. County Road 280. Again, out here, I think this is just mostly oil rigs. But again, if we have anybody out there by chance, heads up. And then this is still 35 miles west of Sterling City. Okay. Okay. Midland's now saying large tornado in progress. Okay, so the Weather Service of Midland believes this is a large tornado, which is reasonable based on the velocity couplet over the last 10 minutes, but again, over a very rural area of mainly oil facilities. That being said, we don't want folks in oil facilities to get hit by this thing either. So, coming up to east of County Road 125 now, moving southeast towards County Road 270, about 5 miles south of Garden City, Texas, moving southeast. At about 40 miles an hour. Let's go back up to the storm moving towards White River Lake. Still impressive velocity couplet. This is getting awfully close to White River Lake. So again, this tornado moving towards White River Lake and the park facilities around White River Lake. Those of you around White River Lake need to be in a safe place. Possible tornado now approaching White River Lake over the next 15 minutes from the west. About 6 miles away, moving east. Really don't know why the radar color table keeps doing that, but it's getting annoying and I'm gonna get mad. I need to stop singing or else I'll get a copyright strike on YouTube. Okay, let's go pop over, take a look at the storms in North Texas. We have no severe thunderstorms currently near the DFW Metroplex or in North Texas. That doesn't mean we don't have some stormies, though. We'll take a look. Little line segment on I-35, heavy rain. Could have some wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour, maybe some pea-size hail. From near Valley View to Sanger to Denton down to Argyle. This is moving east. Let me see if they've got a speed on it. Let's see, I'll just use this. The storm's moving east, let's just say 30 to 40 miles an hour. Could have winds up to 50, which is not considered severe, but it'll blow some leaves around, that's for sure. Maybe some small hail. Otherwise, heavy rain could cause street flooding. Got flash flood warnings all the way from near Sundown and Loveland to Meadow and West Texas east through New Home, Wilson, Sladen, Lubbock, Ransom Canyon over to Idalou, Lorenzo, Walls, Crosbyton, Dickens over to White River Lake. And we have a possible tornado approaching White River Lake now 4 miles away. But the good news is the latest scan has lost that very potent velocity couplet. So hopefully our spinny doom doom has dissipated, in which case still have the potential for very heavy rain, damaging straight line winds and hail. And you don't want to be on the lake for that. Or out and about in a park. Okay, back to our tornado southeast of southeast of Garden City, Texas. That velocity couplet also is looking less organized, though we might have two velocities, or two circulations here. We're going to nitpick, and might as well nitpick. You've got one here, maybe 2 miles southeast of Garden City. The one that could have had a large tornado about 7 miles southeast of Garden City. So what we might have ongoing right now is a new circulation developing. This circulation to the south is number 1, might be occluding, weakening, dissipating. This new one, number 2, very close to Highway 158. That might be a new tornado attempting to develop. So assuming that occurs, we're going to have a new tornado develop probably 2 to 3 miles east of Garden City, Texas, much closer to Highway 158. So let's pop on some road labels. Closer to Highway 158. Coming up, this new tornado possibly coming up to County Road 230, maybe near or just south of Highway 158. And then after that, just a lot of private roads. Eventually County Road 307. And this storm moving east at 40 miles per hour. So we'll see if they issue a tornado warning for areas west of Sterling City. But again, this should remain southwest of Sterling City, at least the possibility of a tornado. But we'll keep an eye on it. Sterling City, you're liable to get some rain and wind out of this. That is for sure. So with the time now coming up to 6:24 p.m., we're going to continue our severe weather coverage on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube. Well, actually, we'll keep on everything. What we're going to do is I am going to take a 3-minute intermission. Stream will stay up, but we're going to take care of finding additional coffee real quick. So I'm going to do that. We'll put a loop on here really quick. And again, I'll be back in about 2 to 4 minutes. Texas Storm Chasers David-Reimer with continuing severe weather coverage on the 24th of May, 2024. Severe weather coverage will resume at about 6:30 p.m. Central Time. Be right back. Well, slap me silly and say, hi ho, Chilio. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. I have retrieved additional sources of caffeine, so this is going to be fun. It's coming up to 6:30 p.m. on the 24th of May, 2022. We've got multiple thunderstorms underway early this evening. We've had one possible tornado about 13 miles south of Crosbyton a few minutes ago. Possible tornado southeast of Midland by about 35 miles southeast of Garden City. About 30 miles southwest of Sterling City over rural areas. And then we've got a nasty little hailer moving into Mills County southeast of Brownwood. So we'll go ahead and actually keep looking at this. We also have some showers and stormies moving on into the DFW Metroplex. They're not severe, they're behaving themselves, maybe some gusty winds, but they are going to produce street flooding, which is going to make driving so much more fun, especially with the wackos who drive like 100 miles an hour on wet roads, swerving in and out of lanes, and then wonder why they crash into the concrete barriers. Sympathy level low. So that's liable to become more widespread this evening as well, in addition to street flooding. So, let's go ahead. We'll zoom on in. Let's go from north to south, east to west. It's actually going to be west to east. I prefer not to dyslexify myself more than I have to. So let's just go ahead and take a gander at what we have going on. The tornado warning that was southeast of Crosbyton has expired. So we've got rain, beneficial rains falling across West Texas. The only severe weather left in West Texas is with these storms from east of Post up to near Spur to Dickens, the potential for some hail and for some damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. So some blowing dust also possible. Flash flooding continues around Lubbock. It's going to take a while for all that water to recede off roads. Down in Midland, parts of Midland had baseball to softball size hail earlier from the storm that is now southeast of Garden City, Texas. More rain, maybe some small nickel to quarter size hail in in Midland at the moment. Those storms are moving southeast east at about 40. After this, it looks like y'all should just be dealing with rain versus more severe weather. At least for now. Heading on southeast of Garden City, looks like we've got a possible tornado now about 8 miles southeast of Garden City. This is going to be moving down into the San Angelo County warning area. And as it moves at about 40 miles an hour, you know what I just noticed, and that we're going to go ahead and point out now, this is kind of making a beeline towards San Angelo. So let's go ahead. We're doing this at about 40, 45. So in about an hour, this is going to be approaching the northwest sides of Tom Green County and could be an issue for the city of San Angelo by 8 p.m. This severe thunderstorm, which has a history of producing softball-size hail in Midland, at least one tornado, and damaging winds over 75 miles an hour. So, San Angelo, say hello. You might have a problem by 8 p.m. with this dangerous thunderstorm. Now, 8 miles southeast of Garden City. This should remain a bit southwest of Sterling City as it moves southeast at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. And we know actually a new storm going up over the south side of San Angelo right now could have some small hail, gusty winds, could exacerbate the ongoing flash flooding. All right, let's go and say hello to the storms we have in the hill country, kind of. We've got one severe storm crossing over 277, a good 20 to 30 miles south of Sonora. That could be an issue for Rock Springs by about 7:45, large hail. Now, looks like we've got some strong to severe storms moving into the Edwards Plateau from northern Mexico. Coming soon, we've got one severe storm near Eagle Pass, still probably 5 to 10 miles west of the international border, but it's moving east. And it'll be crossing into the Edwards Plateau within the next 30 to 60 minutes. The potential for large hail and damaging winds. Could have quarter-size hail right now. And we're going to have to keep watching these storms further west. We've actually had a few tornadoes in northern Mexico this afternoon. We've seen some pictures of that. So some of these storms have been tornadic. So we'll keep an eye on them as they move towards the international border and move on into our neck of the woods. Anyway, we have the potential for wind-driven baseball-size hail in northern Mills County, places like Mullen, Villa, Democrat over to Pretty. This storm has a history of producing baseball-size hail back southwest of Brownwood and is moving east at a good 30 miles an hour. Assuming it continues, this may be a threat to Hamilton and Avant by, well, bah humbug. Let's just say in an hour, so by 7:30. So that's what we have with that. And then we've got storms in the DFW Metroplex that are producing heavy rain, some cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe some scary-looking clouds, and some gusty winds, but are not, at this point, severe in terms of hail or damaging winds or tornadoes. But we are probably going to have some street flooding. All right. Just some of my radars. Keep an eye on things. Excuse me. By the way, if you're wondering what's going on in your neck of the woods, you can keep an eye on the sky with the Texas Storm Chasers Interactive Weather Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. I suppose I'll fix the camera angle a little bit. Hi. So while we've had a few brief tornadoes today over rural areas, the main issue by far has been hail, and we're starting to transition into more of a damaging wind threat as well. So as we deal with that, let's go ahead. Let's take a look at what we are expecting over the next several hours into tonight using the latest high-resolution rapid refresh model. To do that, I have to press a couple of buttons, so one moment, please. Make the map look pretty. Go ahead and pop on out to state view. Let's pop off all radar data. And we'll pop on the latest HER model. We're going to do for 7 p.m. I want to see what it is depicting now just to see how it's doing. So honestly, this model's not doing too bad. It's got the convection ongoing around Brownwood, the storms in North Texas, the storms east of Lubbock to near Midland. A little over-ambitious with the activity around Del Rio. That should be a bit further south. But overall, for a weather model, not an overly bad depiction of what it thinks might be ongoing. So let's fast forward to 9 p.m. This model thinks we're going to have more rowdy thunderstorms in place from Sherman to Dallas to Killeen, Fort Hood, down into the Western Hill Country. Lots of showers and storms across the Concho Valley and the Big Country. Some of these could have some pocket change size hail, maybe quarter to $half size hail. Maybe some winds over 60 miles an hour in spots. And generally, we're going to congeal and move southeast. So, and you note that isolated storms could still be ongoing further south around Eagle Pass to west of Laredo. Fast forward to 11 p.m. You can see we have a line of storms moving into East Texas. Still raining in northwest Texas, Texoma, North Texas. These storms in eastern North Texas from near, well, let's just say, coming up towards Paris down to Canton to near Bryan College Station could have some damaging straight line winds, maybe some pocket change size hail and heavy rain. You know, we have some more vigorous looking thunderstorms. West of Waco near Fort Hood down to just near Bernie to north of Del Rio. Some of these likely going to have large hail and damaging straight line winds. Just had a report of a tornado in progress near Highway 158 moving into Sterling County. That's with the storm coming towards San Angelo, but now currently still probably an hour, 20 minutes from San Angelo. This is going to be the simulated weather radar, what this model thinks we're going to have by 1 a.m. So a line of severe storms from near Del Rio to Yolve to San Antonio. Austin to Bastrop to Cameron to Hillsborough. Note the kind of bow shape we're looking at here. If we have this bow shape take hold, we're going to likely see a pretty substantial risk for damaging straight line winds. Could be over 60 to 70 miles an hour, still pocket change size hail, and so severe weather, maybe even a few brief spin up tornadoes. This is going to be 3 a.m. Line of storms continuing to move south, now into the coastal plains. So from near, let's just say Marshall to Conroe to Victoria, heading down interstates 37 and 35, just north of Mathis to Beeville, and then back west to Eagle Pass. Still going to likely have some damaging winds, maybe some hail. By 5 a.m., you can see the line of storms has moved through Houston, moving into the Golden Triangle of far southeast Texas, moving off the upper Texas and middle Texas coasts to near Corpus Christi, west to Laredo. More isolated storms back towards Laredo. Heading on to 7 a.m. near sunrise tomorrow morning. Storms continuing, probably maybe some strong storms, but likely the most intense storms off the coast already. So still raining in the middle Texas coast, south central Texas, the coastal plain, southeast Texas, and the Golden Triangle. So that being said, let me go ahead and create a loop from 9 p.m. tonight through 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. This is going to take a minute to load. But while we do that, I'll kill my light, apparently, and prepare coffee. So this is what weather radar may look like overnight. Those of you in the hill country, central Texas, into south central Texas, the Brazos Valley, you're quiet now. You will not be quiet in a few hours. So, that's what we're expecting. Damaging winds, some hail, some potential for flooding rainfall, and now we have a new tornado warning. So let's go ahead. We'll quit playing with the what the radar is going to look like mode and switch back to real life radar mode. I got to press a few buttons to get the proper labels back on here. That's a good way to get a copyright strike. All right. And there we go. So it's going to be a new tornado warning. This is going to be for the storm coming out of southeast of Garden City, Texas, moving down into rural Sterling County. This is going to be for a storm located about 13 miles west of Sterling City, moving southeast at 40. Could produce large hail in addition to the potential for a tornado. And again, we know the trajectory of said storm does have this arriving in the city of San Angelo at about 8 p.m. The time now being 6:43. So this severe storm could still be ongoing, could enter the city of San Angelo with impactful weather by 8 p.m. Central Time. Further east, looks like we're starting to consolidate into a cluster of thunderstorms from near Mullen, southwest towards Richland Springs, southwest to Brady. These storms could have winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, and some of these hail cores are producing damaging hail larger than the size of golf balls. So that's what we have ongoing right now. If you want to keep an eye on the sky, storms in your neck of the woods or on the other side of the country, you could do so. The Texas Storm Chasers Interactive Weather Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or on our free mobile app. We're going to keep the stream going on YouTube. We're going to take a break on everywhere else. So if you want to keep watching the radar and stuff, come join us on YouTube, where we're going to have the radar going, but we're going to take a voice break for about 15 minutes, keep the radar, the loop going, and we'll have our next cut in at 7 p.m. So if you want to keep watching our coverage and radar streams, join us on the Texas Storm Chasers website or the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, or search for Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube, and we'll continue on those platforms. And Twitch, I'll keep you on too. So here's what we're going to do for now, since, well, I'm going to be here for a while tonight. We're going to take a 15-minute voice break while we don't have anything nasty going on. Well, I say nasty. We have nasty stuff going on, but we're going to take a bit of a break while this is in somewhat rural areas, unpopulated areas, and look at some data, recompose ourselves, drink some coffee, regain my voice, and we'll continue our severe weather coverage here at 7 p.m. with our next voice cut-in, live stream, radar, all that'll continue live on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube, Twitch, website, and mobile app. And yeah, I'm going to talk here for just a moment. I am going to put on some music, in fact, as soon as I'm able to get this thing to let me. So here, let me set some music up real quick. Again, we'll be back at 7 p.m. with an additional severe weather update. Until then, enjoy the radar and some music. coming back up to 7 o'clock. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. It is 7 p.m. on the 24th of May, 2022. Continuing to track multiple severe thunderstorms this evening across West Texas, the eastern Permian Basin, the Concho Valley, now moving into portions of the Edwards Plateau and the Hill Country and North Texas. So, let's go ahead and pop on in. First, we'll start off with North Texas. A thunderstorm capable of producing maybe some small pea-sized hail, wind gusts of 40 to 45 miles an hour. Moving up from near, it'll be, let's just say, Tioga down to Frisco and Prosper, moving up into Salina, Gunter, Weston, McKinney over the next 20 minutes. Pretty scary-looking clouds with these storms, but the storm itself is not severe. Heavy rain's occurring, though. We've got some storms down in Dallas County, same story. Heavy rain, some cloud-to-ground lightning, no severe weather, not seeing any indications of hail. Now, something we are going to be watching for over the next couple of hours are these storms in portions of the eastern Concho Valley moving into western central Texas. We've got a severe thunderstorm north of Goldwaite on Highway 16, generally moving towards the city of Hamilton. This thunderstorm, here, let me see if I can get storm tracks turned on here. Is going to be moving east at about 20 miles an hour. Some of the short-range experimental guidance, it's called the Warner Forecast System, has this cell turning a little left over the next hour and actually ending up around the city of Hillsboro by about 8:40 p.m. Whether or not that happens is to be determined, but we're getting some pretty high wind values in terms of strong outflow winds, 60 to 70 miles an hour by that point. So it's possible we may have an increasing damaging straight-line wind risk from, say, Avant up to Hamilton, over to Clifton, Meridian, maybe towards West and Hillsboro over the next 60 to 120 minutes with this thunderstorm. Further southwest, we've got severe thunderstorms extending from, well, let's just say just southwest of Goldwaite to just west of San Saba, down to northwest of Mason. These storms are capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail and winds up to 70 miles an hour. They're moving east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. So let's just go ahead and put a storm track on these. We'll do 35 miles an hour for now. And you can see we're expecting these storms to end up in San Saba literally in the next few minutes. Goldwaite, about the next 5 to 10 minutes. Should be approaching Lametta, Highway 190, and where 190, 183 split off in about 30 minutes, so around 7:30 p.m., and then coming towards the city of Lampasas and Avant by 8 p.m. with those thunderstorms. We still have a tornado warning for a severe thunderstorm in portions of Sterling County. This is a thunderstorm that produced baseball to softball size hail Midland earlier. This thunderstorm is looking much less tornadic at this point. It looks like it's gusting out, to be honest. Straight line winds up to 70 miles an hour and golf ball size hail. This thunderstorm is moving southeast at about 40 to 45 miles an hour towards San Angelo, essentially. It's riding down or paralleling Highway 87 towards San Angelo. So let's do another manual storm track. Moving southeast at about, we'll say 45. That has this storm arriving in San Angelo at about 7:40 to 7:45 p.m. And again, this thing has a history of producing baseball to softball size hail Midland a while back. It's produced at least one tornado. And all indications are this is probably still going to be producing damaging winds, hail, and more flash flooding by the time it arrives in the city of San Angelo again in about 45 to 50 minutes, so about 7:45 to 8 p.m. for the city of San Angelo. Let's dive on south into the northern Edwards Plateau. We have a couple supercell thunderstorms, it looks like. One of these is currently about Oh, so when was this? 20 minutes ago? Meh. We'll do it the hard way. I want to actually be specific on how far this is from Rock Springs. This is about 27 miles away from Rock Springs, moving at about 25 miles an hour. So, this storm track, assuming this storm moves somewhat like this, could be near Rock Springs in about an hour, give or take. And then we have another severe storm. Stop it. That is back near Juneau, moving east at 25 miles an hour. That could have large hail too. Heading on south, we had one severe storm move on into Eagle Pass. This could have some quarter-size hail and strong winds, but more intense severe thunderstorms are still west of the Rio Grande in northern Mexico. These storms may push into the Edwards Plateau over the next hour or two with the potential for large hail, damaging straight-line winds. And we'll keep an eye on that as well. But again, over the next several hours, we're expecting a line of thunderstorms to organize essentially from Gainesville down to Brownwood, east of Brownwood now, down into the northern Edwards Plateau. These thunderstorms are going to move southeast tonight as a squall line, capable of producing localized damaging straight-line winds and maybe some hail, along with localized flash flooding. And that line will be essentially reaching the Gulf Coast by about 5 a.m. from Houston, Galveston, down to Corpus Christi. So a lot of folks are going to get rain and storms tonight. Most storms are not going to be severe. Some storms will be severe, and we'll be here for that. But main issue will be once these storms get into a line, damaging straight line winds, maybe some pocket change size hail, and we'll also have to watch out for a few brief tornadoes, though the tornado threat remains low tonight into early tomorrow morning. In terms of a tornado issue, the only issue we have with tornadoes right now, again, is with this storm in Sterling County moving towards San Angelo. It's looking much more like a wind maker now, but could bring wind and damaging hail, more flooding to the city of San Angelo by 8 p.m. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on all these storms. You can do the same thing in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and just search for Texas Storm Chasers in the Google Play and Apple App Store. We'll go back to our pleasant music, radar stream, and chat, and have another live severe weather update at 7:30 p.m., sooner if necessary. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David-Reimer. Thanks for joining. We'll be back. Slap me silly and say good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, the 24th of May, 2022. Showers and thunderstorms making a ruckus across parts of Texas this evening. We now have thunderstorms in portions of west central Texas, the Concho Valley, the Hill Country, North Texas, the Edwards Plateau, and we'll soon have some storms in central Texas as well. You've been watching a radar loop, enjoying some of our little tunes we've put together. Let's go ahead and take a look at storms in some more detail, and then we'll take a look at our expectations for the remainder of the evening into tomorrow morning. We have no tornado warnings at this time. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings. We note no severe thunderstorm warnings in the Big Country or West Texas right now. We have some flood warnings around Lubbock, east on Highway 82, out towards Dickens from earlier heavy rains. We still have some strong storms with some small hail and gusty winds approaching Highway 83 from near Paducah, south through Aspermont. Those storms are generally moving east. Could have some gusty winds up to 55 miles an hour, along with heavy rain and small hail. We'll go ahead and dive on into a severe thunderstorm approaching the city of San Angelo. This thunderstorm's problematic in the aspect that it is definitely becoming outflow dominant, but unfortunately also still has quite a hail core with it. We'll see if I can get the hail core data to pop up on here. Oh, that would make life easy. It would appear there's some sort of a NOAA data outage. That's always enjoyable. But the thunderstorm itself is moving southeast at about 45 miles an hour. It has the potential of producing wind-driven hail between the size of a golf ball and a tennis ball. So that's moving towards the city of San Angelo. Could have blowing dust as well. Let's go ahead and put a manual storm track on it. I'm going to redraw that. We'll do this. About 45 miles per hour. This thunderstorm should be in the city of San Angelo by about 7:50 to 7:55 p.m. Again, the potential for wind-driven golf ball to tennis ball size hail, straight line winds of 60 to 75 miles per hour, and additional flooding in the city of San Angelo, given that San Angelo had flash flooding earlier today. This is likely to cause new flash flooding to develop pretty quickly, so potential for a damaging hailstorm in the city of San Angelo by 8 p.m., if not a few minutes before, as that complex of thunderstorms moves east-southeast at 45 miles an hour. Diving further south, we have a severe storm that is now, well, let's see, when was this warning updated? Probably about, you know what, I'll just do it this way. We're just going to measure how far it is from Rock Springs, and then I can tell you when it's going to get there. About 17 miles northwest of Rock Springs. It's moving at about 18 to 20 miles an hour. So let's just say this storm could be near Rock Springs by 8:15 to 8:30. The potential for golf ball to tennis ball size hail with that thunderstorm. We have a severe thunderstorm on the other side of the international border, southwest of Eagle Pass. Let me go ahead and pop down to the Del Rio radar. This will be remaining well southwest of Eagle Pass, but this might eventually try to cross into Texas, and if it does, could have large hail and damaging straight-line winds. There might actually be a tornado with this storm well west of the international border, but that's a pretty impressive-looking circulation. Let's pop into central Texas and north Texas. A cluster of thunderstorms capable of producing winds of 50 to 70 miles an hour, maybe some nickel to ping pong ball size hail extending from just west of Mason to San Saba, coming up to Avant and Hamilton up Highway, 281. And then we have some thunderstorms capable of producing winds of 45 to 50 miles an hour, extending up to just west of Granbury, east of Lipan, up to near Weatherford. These storms, unlike the ones that were in the Metroplex a bit earlier today, are showing some signs of producing winds closer to 45, 50 miles an hour out of the west. So could have gusty winds with these as they make their way into the DFW Metroplex with more heavy rain. Otherwise, these storms in the Metroplex themselves are not severe. They're just producing Gusty winds 30, 45 miles an hour, scary looking clouds, heavy rain that could cause some street flooding. So, let's take a look at what we're expecting over the next several hours into tonight. I'm going to have to press a couple buttons here. That'll get us over to the high-res rapid refresh model. And we'll be able to see what we're expecting tonight. First off, let's look at 8 p.m. just to see how the model's doing with storms. Storm near Eagle Pass should be west of the border. Otherwise, we're doing all right with the activity across the Concho Valley, West Texas, North Texas. It's got the storms and their locations relatively set. So let's pop to 10 p.m. Line of storms extending from near Sonora to Brady, just west of San Saba to Brownwood again. The DFW Metroplex, still raining and pouring, up to Paris. Makes sense. Maybe some light rain across south central Texas. This run of the HUR isn't really doing much with those storms west of the border, so we'll see what those end up doing. But by 12 a.m., a line of strong to possibly severe storms just northeast of Del Rio, north of Spofford to near Kerrville, coming up on Bernie, coming into Temple, Round Rock, Georgetown, over to Groesbeck, Mahia, up to Mineola, just west of Tyler, bowing out up towards Paris. Some of these being the key word, not all of them, could have damaging straight line winds up to 70 miles an hour, maybe some quarter-size hail at this point, in addition to heavy rainfall. The threat for a tornado will be very, very low. Fast forward to 2 a.m. Wednesday morning, line of storms, some of them being severe with strong outflow winds, maybe some quarter-size hail, from near Eagle Pass to Pleasanton to LaGrange up to Madisonville to Tyler up towards Texarkana. And again, not all these are going to be severe. Most won't be, but there are going to be some gusty winds as these storms continue to accelerate to the southeast overnight. By 4 a.m., you can see storms from near Gilmer to Houston approaching the Texas coast between Galveston, Port Lavaca, Lake Jackson, Rockport, Victoria, west of Mathis. Still storming in New Braunfels, San Antonio, Pleasanton, Eagle Pass. You can see some of these storms are going to be ongoing behind the outflow boundary of the cool front. So those may still have some hail and gusty winds. And then by 6 a.m., you can see it's still raining across a good chunk of East Texas, the Golden Triangle, Southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, South Texas into the coastal plains, some stronger storms trying to make their way towards Victoria, Corpus Christi. Again, most of this activity will not be severe behind the initial batch of storms, but some strong storms are possible, several hours of rainfall will continue, so roads are going to be wet tomorrow morning. 8 a.m., rain ending in central Texas. Still have a few storms, showers and storms across South Texas, the coastal bend, the coastal plain, Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangles, with that initial squall line well out into the Gulf of Mexico by this point, and some storms pushing down into South Texas and the Rio Grande Valley. Fast forward to 10 a.m. Wednesday morning. Couple of storms, likely not severe, in the Rio Grande Valley, maybe some heavy rain. Could have a few storms producing maybe some small hail and heavy rain in the middle Texas coast, the coastal bend, the coastal plains, maybe still some showers in southeast Texas. And then you can see we've actually got a pretty good batch of rain across Kansas, Oklahoma, the eastern Texas panhandle. Nothing severe with that in terms of hail, damaging winds, or tornadoes, but some more rain for the eastern Texas panhandle, and they need it, so they will gladly take it with open arms and happy faces. So, now we take a look at that again. Let's pop back over. I have to press some more buttons on here again. I want to take a look at these storms rolling on into the city of San Angelo. Again, nasty storms rolling on into the city of San Angelo over the next 20 to 30 minutes. Can I click on the button, please? Thank you, magical button. It's always nice when you work. Line of severe storms capable of producing 60 to 75-mile-an-hour winds, wind-driven hail larger than the size of golf balls. With these storms, again, the radar is showing very strong outflow winds. We're actually seeing winds approaching 80 miles an hour now. So again, the potential for hurricane force winds with wind-driven hail in the city of San Angelo in the next 20 minutes. This is a very nasty, severe storm capable of producing wind-driven hail. You know, the kind of hail that's driven by winds that break all west-facing windows, mess up siding on houses and buildings facing west. Yeah, this is that kind of a storm. So definitely a problem for the city of San Angelo, maybe over to Miles over the next 20 to 30 minutes. Also, we note a dust storm is ongoing around Fort Stockton. Winds being brought down to the surface over 70 miles an hour are causing zero visibility. We have winds over 70 miles an hour in portions of Fort Stockton right now, knocking down billboards and taking out power lines. Not associated with any ongoing storms in the area, just from earlier outflow winds from storms that send an outflow boundary. So dust storm warning, zero visibility, travel on Interstate 10 around Fort Stockton is not a good idea. So with that being said, our main concern over the next 20 minutes will be with this wind-driven hailstorm moving on into San Angelo, the potential for golf ball size hail or larger moving southeast into the city of San Angelo with winds of 60 to 70, maybe even 80 miles an hour. So those of you in San Angelo, be away from windows when the storm rolls in. And given the earlier heavy rains, it's likely we're going to see additional flash flooding and street flooding develop relatively quickly. And we'll continue watching these storms further east as they make their way towards Interstate 35. So with that being said, we'll head back to our radar stream. Expect another severe weather update between 8 to 8:15 p.m. sooner if necessary. You can keep an eye on the sky with the Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or in our free mobile app. I pressed the wrong button, but it still works. We'll see y'all again here in a bit, and we'll probably have to come back by 8 o'clock, if not a few minutes before, to deal with the storms moving into San Angelo. But see y'all again in a few minutes. ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer coming up on 8 p.m. Tuesday, the 24th of May, 2022. Monitoring several thunderstorms this evening, not necessarily dealing with widespread severe weather at the moment, but we do indeed have some severe thunderstorms out and about. So what we're going to do real quick is I'm going to actually set us up to do a live update on multiple social media platforms. So by doing that, I have to quickly press a couple buttons here. And we'll take a very brief intermission of me chatting, and then we'll get going. La, 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 la. Pretty much. I'm just pressing a couple different buttons here. Streaming live right now on our YouTube channel. Obviously, but we're also about to be streaming on multiple different platforms too. So, going to do real quick is you're going to see the start screen. We'll do that for about 10 to 15 seconds, and then we'll get going. So, one moment, please. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer coming up to 8 p.m. on Tuesday, the 24th of May, 2022. Plenty of showers and thunderstorms out there this evening, not necessarily dealing with widespread severe weather at this moment, but nevertheless, we do have some severe thunderstorms ongoing and the risk for some severe thunderstorms overnight. So this is what radars look like over the last 3 hours. For those of you who haven't been watching us live on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel or the Texas Storm Chasers website and mobile app. Thunderstorms now beginning to push into North Texas and into Central Texas as a line of thunderstorms begins to organize. We also have some more isolated thunderstorms in the Edwards Plateau, the Concho Valley, and West Texas. So real quick, let's go from north to south. We'll take a look at what's going on right now, what we're expecting over the next 30 to 60 minutes, and then a forecast for overnight and into Wednesday morning across Texas. So we'll press a couple buttons here. We'll hit the magical super duper high resolution radar mode. I'm going to make sure we've got all the city labels on. Let's dive south. We'll start from north to south. This is a severe thunderstorm well southwest of Eagle Pass that's still on the Mexico side of the border, but has the potential of producing hail up to the size of baseballs, if not larger. The hail core is just riding west of the river at this point. If it does move on into our side of the border, it could be an issue well south of El Indio. I know I said it wrong. I'm sorry. Eventually, if for some reason it was able to make it all the way down to Laredo, this is about 75 to 80 miles northwest of Laredo at this point. It's moving at 20 miles an hour, so we'd still be talking like midnight. So we'll wait and see. Hopefully the storm won't actually be able to make it that far to the south-southeast. Otherwise, we have scattered showers and thunderstorms across the northern Edwards Plateau. Some of these are producing some quarter-size hail and wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. We've got severe thunderstorms, one moving northeast into Big Lake, the potential for some quarter-size hail, winds over 60. Here in San Angelo, this thunderstorm that was rolling into town is actually weakened considerably, but we could have wind gusts over 60 miles an hour ongoing in the city of San Angelo with some quarter-size hail and heavy rainfall that may cause some new flash flooding. Heading on north into West Texas, we have no severe weather warnings except flash flood warnings that continue for earlier rainfall around the city of Lubbock. East, looks like we have a stronger storm well northwest of Knox City, northwest of Benjamin. That might have some small hail in it, maybe some gusty winds up to 50 miles an hour southeast of Paducah to just west of Haskell. Switch down to the Dias radar. which is actually offline, so I can't use it, but we'll have to switch to San Angelo and use that. One moment, please. Got a line of storms extending further south towards Anson, west of Abilene, little cell over Tuscola and Buffalo Gap, the same area of the wildfire there. So they're getting some rain. And then we have the severe storms down to San Angelo. Further to the east, we have a line of organizing thunderstorms that will likely continue to organize. First off, shower storms, Bonham, McKinney, Dallas. These are not severe, just some heavy rain. Storms that are west of the DFW Metroplex pushing on in are starting to organize a bit now, from Decatur to Azle down to near Alvarado. Annetta south, Aledo. This is actually still well west of Alvarado, by the way. I meant Annetta. To east of Glen Rose now, pushing to western Johnson County to Walnut Springs, Meridian, down to Hamilton, Avant, west of Gatesville. These storms you see are starting to become more organized. We're seeing some straight line winds, possibly up to 50 miles an hour in spots, but mostly we're dealing with winds that are not as intense as that. Okay, radar, you want to load wind data for me? You just want to make me sit here and look dumb. I mean, I always look dumb, let's be honest, but I prefer the data at least show. But, oh, good, the radar had a switch mode of the mode, so now it doesn't have velocity data. But anyway, we probably have some 45-mile-an-hour winds rolling into western Tarrant County at this point. Heavy rain, maybe some small hail. We're not really seeing much hail out of these storms, so that is the good news from that. Further south, we have severe thunderstorm warnings moving on into Gatesville. With these thunderstorms, maybe some wind, but honestly, we're doing pretty well right now. I think we're in the transition mode from when these storms were initially producing big hail. Now we've gone into a squall line, and they're kind of still ramping up in the damaging wind department. I think the wind threat will probably increase as they continue approaching I-35 and continue pushing east and then southeast. The highest severe weather threat being south of Interstate 20. Then we have storms back into San Saba down to Mason, the potential for winds of 55 to 60 miles an hour, maybe some quarter-size hail. So that's what we have going on right now. And these storms are moving east at about 40 miles an hour. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we're expecting for the remainder of the evening and overnight. So I'm going to pop on a couple different modes real quick. Got to change the title. Clean that up. We'll zoom out to the statewide, and we'll take a look at the latest high-resolution rapid refresh run. And again, we're just going to look first at 8 p.m. right now. I want to see how this model's doing. You can see it's doing okay. It's not doing super great, but it's got a general idea of where storms are right now. Fast forward to 10 p.m., you can see storms extend from near Paris to Waxahachie down to near Waco, further southwest to Brownwood to Junction to Sonora. Storms continue moving southeast. By midnight, we'll likely have a line of storms approaching Highway 90, or at least parts of 90, from Del Rio to north of Yoltfade, up to Kerrville, Fredericksburg, west to Georgetown, up 35 through Waco, east to Groesbeck, Mahia, Athens, Tyler, Sulphur Springs, up to Paris. Fast forward to 2 a.m., storms pushing southeast pretty quickly now. Del Rio to San Antonio, Bryan College Station to Tyler. Southern section of storms definitely moving faster than further north, which is to be expected. The southern storms will have more instability to work with, so they're probably going to be a bit more rowdy and have the potential of bowing out or having some more damaging straight-line winds, and once that happens, they're likely going to accelerate south and east versus the due east movement we've seen most of this afternoon and this evening. Fast forward to 4 a.m., storms already pushing down to the Texas coast and through the coastal plains. Line of storms moving through Longview down to Houston, Galveston, Victoria, all the way west to south of Eagle Pass. We'll zoom out some here, and you can see we're going to have several hours of rainfall continue after the initial line of storms overnight. So the rain behind the storms won't be severe in terms of hail-damaging winds, but we are going to have rain for several hours afterwards, which is good. We need rain. 6 a.m. Wednesday morning, not too long before sunrise, you could see the main squall line moving off the Texas coast into southwest Louisiana. Still some stronger storms continuing in south central Texas, moving down into the coastal bend of middle Texas coast, with rain continuing across the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, east Texas. Some showers and storms also ongoing in northwest Texas. Those will not be severe, but will put a damper on the roads. And then by 8 a.m. Wednesday, you can see main squall lines off the coast. Still some showers and storms ongoing across the coastal bend, the coastal plain, southeast Texas, with isolated storms south central Texas. Rain possibly still ongoing in Oklahoma, the eastern Texas panhandle. And we'll just pop ahead to noon, and you can see the rain actually continues across Kansas, parts of Oklahoma, the eastern Texas panhandle, which is good. They need the rain. Farther south, you can see some showers, maybe a few storms still ongoing in South Texas, the Rio Grande Valley, but our storm chances in terms of severe weather at this point look to be fairly done by lunchtime. So that's what we have ongoing tonight, tomorrow morning. I'm pressing buttons. That is dangerous. And into, well, essentially overnight. So yes, we are going to have a line of storms organized, move essentially from where it is right now. I'll just go ahead and draw it. Line of storms essentially will form along this axis with storms behind it too, and eventually going to move southeast tonight. So that means pretty much everybody across this whole stretch, y'all are going to get showers and storms overnight into Wednesday morning. With the initial round of storms on a leading edge, gusty winds, maybe some small hail. Can't rule out a brief tornado. Most storms are not going to be the damaging wind type things, but some storms will be. And then several hours of rainfall after the initial leading edge of the storms arrive overnight. So, yeah, we could be a bit busy overnight. Some of the storms could be rowdy, but you know what? At least we're going to get some good rains out of it and some cooler weather for tomorrow. So that'll be nice. So we'll keep an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. You're free to join us over on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube if you'd like to continue watching our radar coverage and the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can also keep track of the storms using the interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. We'll be keeping an eye on things and hope you will be too. So again, stormy night in store, southeastern 2/3 of Texas. Line of storms, some of which are going to be severe, damaging winds, maybe some pocket change size hail. Can't rule out a brief tornado and the potential for some localized street flooding and minor urban flooding as well. So won't be a great night to be out and driving, that's for sure. So we'll keep an eye on the sky with you. Stay tuned. We'll keep your weather aware. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and hello. It's 8:30, Tuesday the 24th of May, 2022. 11 years ago, I was chasing tornadoes. One of them was in southeast Dallas. Multiple of them were around Oklahoma City. No such thing today. I'm now your Baldy-in-Chief here at Texas Storm Chasers. We have multiple thunderstorms ongoing across the state this evening. A whole lot of severe weather ongoing right now. I do think we're going to see some damaging winds increase in coverage over the next couple of hours as storms move further southeast. But for now, you know what? This is a pretty nice looking radar picture. We've got a lot of rain falling across parts of west central Texas, northwest Texas, North Texas and Texoma, all the way down into the big country, Concho Valley, northern Edwards Plateau. We've been behaving ourselves mostly over the last hour. An exception being this little bugger southeast of coffee, my apologies. Southeast of Eagle Pass with this thunderstorm. About 18 miles northeast of Loma Alta at 7:05 p.m. So a long time ago at this point. This thunderstorm you're looking at produced softball-sized hail on Highway 277. So this thing was a mean hailer. Anyway, for the moment, let's go ahead. We'll pop on over to our super duper high resolution rapid refresh radar. We note this thunderstorm, southeast side of San Angelo, now moving away from town. We got a flash flood warning in San Angelo again. Had one earlier today, not a surprise. We're dealing with more flooding. But these storms, as they move away from town, still capable of producing some damaging winds and quarter-size hail. We've really calmed down on the hail department with most of these storms. Here in the DFW Metroplex, we're actually starting to see some wind associated with this thunderstorm complex in Tarrant County. Maybe some 50-mile-an-hour winds. The Weather Service in Fort Worth just measured a 51-mile-an-hour wind gust, and they're located at Beach and 820 on the north side of Fort Worth. Excuse me. So some 40 to 50-mile-an-hour winds are possible. That's enough to maybe knock some weak tree limbs over, some minor power outages, but so far, these storms remain sub-severe, which is good. I thought we'd be dealing with damaging winds here in Hill County. In fact, if you go back to 7 o'clock, I said we likely would be, but, you know, these are just garden variety thunderstorms at this point. Maybe some 45-mile-an-hour winds. Pea-sized hail, if that. Otherwise, it's just heavy rain and lightning. Frankly, we're doing pretty well. Could definitely have some street flooding develop in the DFW Metroplex over the next hour as some of these heavy rain bands, for the lack of a more acute term, continue, and then we have rain continue in the Metroplex for several more hours yet. But we're going to be watching for this line of storms to organize as it moves east-southeast over the next several hours. As Crashy, the cool front, starts to arrive, we're expecting a band of thunderstorms to begin to organize and start moving southeast. This band here, pretty much, likely is going to start turning southeast over the next couple hours. That'll move into portions of East Texas, the Brazos Valley, Central Texas, the Hill Country, etc. Some thunderstorms are liable to be severe with a risk of damaging straight-line winds, maybe some pocket change-size hail, and the potential for heavy rainfall. So, for example, here's the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook. Now, I know I don't have the correct label up top. You're just going to have to trust me. If you know the severe weather risk scale from 1 to 5, this orange is a 3, 2 is the yellow, the standard risk level. So the highest threat of severe storms this evening will be in the orange shading zone. So pretty much just south of Interstate 20 in North Texas, down into the Brazos Valley, the Hill Country. This includes Hillsboro, Waco, Temple, Austin, Georgetown, New Braunfels, etc. And then the standard level 2 risk ahead of these storms will continue most of the night all the way down into the Edwards Plateau, the Brazos Valley, the coastal plains, south central Texas, the middle Texas coast, up into southeast Texas, the piney woods of East Texas and northeast Texas. So we're probably going to see storms pick up in intensity over the next couple of hours somewhat. But, you know, I think the best news here is a lot of us are going to get much needed rainfall. And so far, most of these storms are behaving themselves, so that's good. If we could keep it going this way, you know what? That'd be great. At least folks are going to get rain out of this, and we won't have to get hate mail being like, "It didn't even rain, you're all morons." Trust me, we get those emails. Do I care? No, I don't. Trust me. I'm 30, almost 31 years old, and I'm bald. Do I look like I care? No. So, good news is we are expecting fairly high rain coverage overnight as a line of thunderstorms moves southeast across East Texas, Northeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, Central Texas, the Hill Country. And then by 3 to 4 a.m., we're going to have storms moving towards the Texas coast, Southeast Texas, the coastal plains. They'll be off the coast by 6 a.m., but we could still have rain ongoing through the early to mid-morning hours tomorrow across East Texas, Southeast Texas, the coastal plains, and a few scattered storms continuing across South Texas through lunchtime tomorrow. But the highest risk for severe storms with some localized damaging straight-line winds will be this evening, with the potential for some localized winds over 60 miles an hour, maybe nickel to quarter-size hail, and the potential for a brief tornado or two. But for now, frankly, storms are behaving themselves for the most part. Let's hope it continues being that way. But again, if you're in the DFW Metroplex, you've got some strong storms, maybe 40 to 50 mile an hour winds moving from essentially at this point, Texas Motor Speedway, 35W at 114 in Roanoke, down pretty much 377 through Keller, North Richland Hills, Holtom City, the east side of downtown Fort Worth. And that activity will be moving into Dallas and Collin counties with some more heavy rain, gusty winds, cloud to ground lightning. So we'll keep an eye on things here, but assuming things remain on the calmer side, we'll be able to just let you all enjoy some nice, relaxing music, and we'll keep an eye on things here. And once things get rowdy again, we'll be back with more severe weather updates. Otherwise, keep an eye on the sky. Texas Storm Chasers Interactive Weather Radar on our website, TexasStormChasers.com/radar, and be sure to grab the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We'll be here. Hope y'all will be too. right, good evening. Coming up to 9:58. It's Tuesday evening, the 24th of May, 2022. What we're going to be doing in a minute is setting up to do another live severe weather update. When that happens, we're going to temporarily switch over to a graphic that says starting. And that's going to be because we're going to go live on a multitude of different social media networks that we are not on currently. Facebook, Twitter, that kind of stuff. But at this point, we're going to be watching a nasty storm approaching Laredo. We've got some wind makers near Fredericksburg in the hill country that could eventually impact places like San Marcos, New Braunfels, Kyle, to Austin the next hour to hour and a half. But we'll chat about all that in detail in a moment and go over what we're expecting tonight. Just a moment. So, we're going to switch over to the start screen. This will be for the Facebook and Twitter folks joining. And once this start screen hits the actual live feed, which is about a 10 to 15 second delay, we'll turn on the feeds, have about 20 to 30 seconds of quiet, and then we'll chat. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. Thank you for joining us. Coming up on 10 p.m. Tuesday evening, the 24th of May, 2022. We're starting to pick up in activity a little bit over the last 30 minutes or so. Now starting to deal with some higher-end severe weather issues in terms of damaging winds and hail. First and foremost, you can see across North Texas, Northwest Texas, and Texoma, no severe thunderstorms are ongoing. We've got rain, thunderstorms, a couple of strong wind gusts now east of the DFW Metroplex, but honestly, that activity's behaved itself quite nicely this evening. Just a good old-fashioned rain. In fact, a little too much rain for some folks. Starting to hear some reports of street flooding around Dallas, but we're going to continue to see rain and thunderstorms across North Texas for several more hours yet. We do have severe thunderstorms now ongoing in portions of the hill country into the Edwards Plateau, and a supercell thunderstorm about to pay a rather unwelcome visit to Laredo in South Texas. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we've got going on right now. We'll go over what our expectations are for the next hour, and then we'll take a look at some high-resolution weather model data to see what we can expect over the, overnight hours into Wednesday morning. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to press a couple of buttons that'll let us look at higher resolution radar data, filter out some stuff, and we're going to look from south to north. I want to start off with a thunderstorm approaching the city of Laredo. This is a thunderstorm that is moving southeast towards Laredo at this point. This has been a long track supercell in northern Mexico that has now made the journey over onto the Texas side of the Rio Grande. This is a thunderstorm capable of producing tennis ball size hail and wind gust of 70 miles an hour. So a dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing significant hail and wind damage. This storm is moving towards Laredo, where a severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect through 11 p.m. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tennis ball size hail and wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. This includes Interstate 35 between mile markers 1 through 18, Highway 59 between mile markers 812 and 824, and Highway 83 between mile markers 718 and 734. Locations included Laredo, Rio Bravo, El Azul. I know I mispronounced that. Please don't hate me. Laredo International Airport, Unitec Industrial Park, pretty much anywhere near Laredo. And again, you can see nasty thunderstorm capable of producing tennis ball size hail. Winds of 70 plus miles an hour, and that's moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. And this is a very impressive thunderstorm that is over 60,000 feet tall. So that's one storm, and this may still keep on going for a while. So Laredo, heads up, hailstorm probably in the next 20 to 30 minutes, the time now being 10:03 p.m. Further northwest, we have scattered severe storms, also capable of producing very large hail. Two storms southwest of Rock Springs, generally moving towards Camp Wood. These storms also tennis ball size hail. We have more storms back towards Kerrville and Fredericksburg. Let me switch radar sources. These storms near Fredericksburg have shown a very strong, damaging wind signature over the last 30 minutes. Radar estimating winds aloft over 80 miles an hour at times, so we could definitely see winds of 80 miles an hour down at the surface. And these storms are generally moving towards Johnson City, Round Mountain, over to Blanco on Highway 281. So, with that in mind, I want to go ahead and take a look at the storm track on this. They have this moving east at about 55 miles an hour. So we'll go ahead and do a track at about 55 miles an hour. You can see this is going to be eventually approaching Blanco to Johnson City about 10:20 p.m., Dripping Springs about 10:30 to 10:45 p.m., and on the present trajectory, could be approaching the Interstate 35 urban corridor in central Texas around 11 p.m. Right now, this storm's capable of producing hurricane-force winds over 80 miles an hour and quarter-size hail, assuming that it continues to be a issue once this continues moving east. This could be quite problematic for Travis County in terms of damaging wind potential. That kind of wind will definitely be problematic for sure. So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on that thunderstorm. Further north, we have a line of strong storms that are not severe right now. Maybe some pea-size hail, wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles an hour, very heavy rainfall, cloud-to-ground lightning. From just northeast of Marble Falls up to Florence, going on into Temple and Belton, back up north towards McGregor, Hewitt, Waco. Again, this activity behind an outflow boundary, which you can see. I'll highlight it for you. Behind an outflow boundary that's moving southeast. These storms, again, might have gusty winds, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe some very small hail. Those are not severe. And then again, we'll move up into North Texas. Y'all be able to see just a lot of rain. Several hours worth of rain, actually. And then maybe some gusty winds with these thunderstorms that are from near Bonham to Greenville down to Terrell, Kaufman, Gun Barrel City, just west of Athens. These storms up here are behaving themselves more than I thought they would, but you know what? That's okay. We need the rain, and this is a good rain. So most of this activity moving east at about 40 miles per hour. And that is the general expectation through the evening. Let's go ahead. We're going to take a minute. I need to change some labels on here, but we're going to take a look at our expectations over the next several hours into the morning hours on Wednesday for thunderstorms, timing, and their progression. All right, zoom out statewide. We're going to look at now is the high-resolution rapid refresh model. We're going to start off with, not that, let's pop to now. This is the model showing what it thinks is going on right now. So why I'm looking at this is simply to see what kind of progression it has now so I can alter my expectations for later. Now you see here, it's kind of running slow with the model, with the real life reconciliation to radar. Storms already east of the DFW Metroplex, so it's running a little slow. It's doing all right with the southern stuff. I mean, you got the cell north of Laredo. That's actually closer to Laredo, but you've got storms in the hill country, so it's not doing too bad. By midnight, this model thinks that the storms will be approaching San Antonio to Austin, northern Brazos Valley, and then that stuff that's already east of DFW that it's a bit slow on, so that'll probably be closer to Tyler. And you can see that cell that it had near Laredo is still going north of Corpus Christi at midnight, so that storm may make it into South Texas and persist for a while with a large hail threat. Fast forward to 2 a.m., you'll see the line of showers and thunderstorms continuing to push east and southeast, now pushing through the San Antonio metro, making its way into the coastal bend, the coastal plains, closer to Victoria, Bryan College Station, and then across east-northeast Texas. Strongest storms, the potential for some damaging straight-line winds, maybe some pocket change size hail once storms are in a squall line formation versus discrete storms, and I'm mainly talking about that Laredo storm for the big-time hail threat. Localized wind gusts of 60 to 75 miles an hour. Most storms will not produce winds that strong. Most of these storms will produce heavy rain, though. Progress to 4 a.m., you can see storms generally south of San Antonio now. There's still storms in San Antonio. It's raining, but the leading edge of the storms south of San Antonio. Approaching the Gulf Coast in the Middle Texas coast, you can see it's raining and storming in Houston. Storms generally looking less disorganized at this point, but still capable of some damaging winds and some hail, especially across South Texas, maybe Southeast Texas in spots. You can see still raining in places like Central Texas, the Brazos Valley. Fast forward to 6 a.m. Leading edge of the squall line is pushed off the upper and middle Texas coasts. Still have some strong and maybe severe storms around Corpus Christi, west to Laredo. This is 6 a.m. Wednesday, so 8 hours from now. And we still have stratiform rain ongoing. That's the rain ongoing behind the main squall line, across the coastal plains, up into southeast Texas, east Texas, northeast Texas, maybe even parts of north Texas. And then fast forward to 8 a.m., you can see most storms have moved off the Texas coast out into the Gulf of Mexico. Still some heavy rain along the middle Texas coast around Corpus Christi, up into Houston, the Golden Triangle. And then further north, you can see a separate area of rain that's not including severe thunderstorms, just rain, up in Oklahoma, maybe portions of the eastern Texas Panhandle, Texoma, and North Texas. And we'll just go ahead and fast forward to 1 p.m. Wednesday. Still some rain in Oklahoma, scattered showers in North Texas, the eastern Texas Panhandle, a few remnant showers still along the Texas coast, the lower and middle Texas coasts, squally line, McSquall line, well out into the Gulf of Mexico at this point. So that's the general expectation of what we think is going to happen over the next several hours. And again, back to real-time, real-life radar, and you can see a couple things. One, severe storm capable of tennis ball-sized hail approaching the city of Laredo over the next 20 minutes. And then further north, a cluster of severe thunderstorms that could be approaching the Interstate 35 corridor over the next 1 to 3 hours, especially from Round Rock, Austin south into the San Antonio metro. And actually, you see that little severe storm that I just noticed has popped up southeast of Dilley, west of Three Rivers and George West. Looks like that storm may have some 70-mile-an-hour straight-line winds, not as much of a hail issue. So that's what's going on right now and through the evening hours. I hope that's been able to provide you all with some information. The strongest storms, and keep in mind, this is only the most intense storms tonight. Only a few out of the many storms we'll have will produce winds over 60 miles an hour, hail quarter size or larger, and a very low risk for maybe a brief tornado, but we haven't had tornado issues now in several hours. And I think by far the main issues will be some, at least with the storm near Laredo, big-time hail. The storms further north at this point, probably damaging straight-line winds, maybe some pocket change size hail, and locally heavy rainfall that could cause some urban and minor flooding. So we'll be keeping an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers, as we always do. We'll be here. You can keep an eye on the sky with the Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. I expect our next severe weather update will be around 11 p.m. Sooner if needed. The YouTube feed will stay up with the radar feed and chat room for those of you who might want to join our little camaraderie of folks who have come to chat this evening. We definitely appreciate all those who have been chatted up. And we'll definitely be here keeping an eye on things. So plan on us being back at 11 p.m. with a severe weather update. on all our social media platforms, but our stream will remain up on the YouTube along with the Texas Storm Chasers website. So we will be right back to YouTube. Those of you on Facebook and Twitter, thanks for joining. Next update, 11 p.m., but feel free to come on over to the YouTube, search for Texas Storm Chasers, and join us. I'm Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. See y'all again here in a few minutes. Alright, YouTubes, we'll go back to the full chat version. Let's see if this might work. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, that's pretty much our general expectations. Definitely going to be watching the storms coming up into the I-35 corridor in central Texas over the next hour. You can see radar still showing very strong winds aloft with these thunderstorms coming towards Johnson City. Definitely concerned for damaging straight line winds. You can see a nice little bow shape. Get rid of that. We'll play with the magical super duper drawing tool. You can see this thunderstorm bowing out here, and that's why you have such a strong push of winds coming out. West winds up to 80 miles an hour. And we'll have to see if that is able to maintain itself all the way east to the I-35 corridor. But definitely Johnson City, Round Mound, the Blanco, even Lago Vista down to Dripping Springs, Wimberley. Y'all keep an eye on this storm. It's got a lot of wind with it and certainly capable of causing problems in the wind department. And then, of course, we're also going to have to keep an eye on this storm coming on into the city of Laredo for the potential of some hail problems. Though I'll say this, the hail core in this looks less impressive than it did 30 minutes ago. 30 minutes ago, this thing might have been dropping softball-size hail to bowling ball-size hail. It's a figure of speech, but very large hail. But regardless, those of you in Laredo, very powerful, severe thunderstorm about to pass near town. Potential for tennis ball-size hail and winds over 65 to 70 miles an hour. So, plan of attack here is, again, I'll be back by 11 o'clock with a severe weather update. Sooner if needed. I'm about to venture out real quick and procure myself additional sources of caffeine. I'm running on 4 hours of sleep, and that 4 hours of sleep was about 10 hours ago, at least when it ended. So we will continue our severe weather coverage, but I'm going to stock up on caffeine just in case. So we'll be back by 11 o'clock. Live stream will stay up. Hope y'all keep chatting away. Definitely enjoying the camaraderie we have in the chat room tonight. And thank you all for staying weather aware. So I'm going to press some buttons here to make sure everything works. We don't need satellite data this time of night. It looks cool on my end, but I don't think the dark background does as well on the live stream. Okay, why are we showing Waxahachie? That's interesting. Okay, Louisville, we know you're a big town, but we don't need you right there. There we go, that'll work. Let's not press anything else. So, all right, we'll be back by 11 o'clock sooner if needed. Y'all keep chatting on away. Well, slap me silly and hope it's not on my head because I don't have hair and that would hurt a lot. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for the Austin Metro, so we'll kind of have a laid back discussion of what's going on right now. First off, I'm going to close my office door. Second off, I'm going to open my beverage of life juice known as caffeine. Let's take a look at what we have going on here. So we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that runs through 11:30 p.m. That does include Austin, Travis County, all that. So we're going to do not much else going on this time of night. So let me go ahead and update everything else. We'll just go live on all the platforms. Which in about 5 seconds we should be. All right, we are live on the social medias, the Facebags, the Tweeters, the YouHoots, etc. So it's about 10:36, the 24th of May, 2022. What I'm going to do is little microphone's going to come over here. All right, that should be good. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of in downtown Austin about 11:05 to 11:10. Areas west of downtown Austin by 11 o'clock. Out east towards Elgin and Bastrop at about 11:30. Main issue is going to be damaging straight line winds, maybe the potential for some nickel to quarter size hail with this thunderstorm. You can see it's got a pretty good bowing shape to it, so it's definitely pushing out wind. And definitely is showing a pretty impressive straight line wind signature with winds over 70 miles an hour being indicated a few thousand feet above the surface. So, As this moves east at about 50 miles an hour, not only could there be some damaging winds that might cause some tree damage, power outages, etc., we're likely to see some small hail and heavy rain. Heavy rain could cause some street flooding. We have no severe thunderstorms ongoing north of this little complex, so if you're north of Highway 79 at this point, there's no severe storms. It's just raining and booming. A lot of rain in North Texas at the moment. All that is going to continue for several more hours yet. And could cause some street flooding. We'll head on down here into parts of South Texas. You see the storm that brought maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail to the north sides of Laredo. It's weakening at a pretty good clip now as it moves southeast away from Laredo. Same thing goes for this storm that was west of Three Rivers and west of George West. Couple of storms well southwest of Asherton, southwest of Crystal City, southeast of Eagle Pass. Those aren't severe. Then we've got a pretty nasty looking Boeing storm well north of Del Rio, not a threat to Del Rio. And then another storm potential for some hail and straight line winds over 60 miles an hour moving towards Camp Wood. That could bring some winds of 65 to 70 miles an hour, maybe some golf ball size hail to Camp Wood over the next 30 minutes or so. So again, all these storms you see, I'll zoom back out. I'll switch on the regional radar across Texas, turn off the satellite because it's the middle of the night. You can see it's raining. Northwest Texas, North Texas, Texoma, eastern Concho Valley, eastern Big Country, Hill Country. It's raining. It's going to be raining for several more hours yet, but the severe weather threat for now and hopefully for the remainder of the night seems to be concentrated south of Highway 79 across the Hill Country. Specifically, storm with 70-mile-an-hour winds moving towards Austin. Round Mound to Fredericksburg to Kerrville to Camp Wood to north of Del Rio, capable of producing some damaging straight-line winds, maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail. And this thunderstorm between Round Rock and Johnson City, again, moving east at about 50 miles an hour. So, reason we're here, because, well, it's 10:30 and I have nothing better to do, is a severe thunderstorm moving towards Austin down to Kyle, Round Rock, Pflugerville. Pretty good straight line wind signature with this thunderstorm over Highway 290 right now, coming towards Dripping Springs. Potential for some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds as the storm moves east at about 50 miles an hour. So Dripping Springs, it'll be there in about 5 minutes or less. Hayes up to Bee Cave, 15 minutes. Downtown Austin, about 25 minutes. And again, hopefully this thunderstorm will chill out a bit as it moves east. But you can see it's got a pretty good bow signature on it. When we say bow echo, I mean, I'm usually talking about a larger segment of storms, but you can see pretty good bow, right? That's because there are strong winds aloft pushing into the backside of these thunderstorms. It's called a rear inflow jet. So a couple thousand feet above the surface, very strong westerly winds are helping to push the thunderstorm out east and helping to accelerate it. So as that occurs, you get the bow shape, as storms to the north and south are moving east a little more slowly versus the apex of the bow, which has the most wind pushing at it, helping to accelerate its eastward movement. So bow echo, that's what you get. And as you can see, radar's indicating a pretty strong surge of westerly straight line winds moving off to the east. And again, this is generally pushing towards Buda, Kyle, Wimberley, Dripping Springs, and Austin. And to a lesser extent, Pflugerville and Round Rock, though we'll see just how much wind's on the north side of this by the time the storm ends up making its way into the urban corridor. Alright, adjusting the mic, making sure I don't hit the magical mute button again. Please focus on my head. It's bald, it's shiny, it's not that hard to focus. Yay! There we go. Time to drink some more caffeine. We're seeing a pretty good lightning surge with this thunderstorm as well. Lightning surge, let's try it this way. A pretty good jump in lightning, a concentration of lightning. Okay. Is this up to date? It is good. So it's about to get freaky in Austin in terms of wind. I'd say get weird, but I'm pretty sure that's copyrighted by the tourism industry. But hey, y'all are about to get weird and windy. Happy birthday. So again, could also get a quick inch or two of rain out of this, and that may result in some street flooding. But pretty good west winds, enough to cause some power outages, knock some tree limbs around, hopefully not knock any trees down on cars. Sorry, I was being suspicious of the little notch there on the front end of that storm. But yeah, pretty strong storm, capable of high winds, but not really too much in the hail department, which is a good thing. We don't need giant hail problems. So this is a wind maker, not much of a hail maker. And by the way, if y'all want to keep an eye on the storms in your neck of the woods or across the country, TexasStormChasers.com/radar for the interactive Texas Storm Chasers weather radar. Same thing goes, you can watch it in the free, or you can use it in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can also watch me in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, although the radar seems to be far more useful than I am, so I'd recommend it for that purpose. Head back west, you can see a broken line of severe storms extending from near Kerrville to Camp Wood to north of Del Rio. Please load radar, please load radar, please load the radar. It helps when there's radar data displaying. Thank you. Pretty good hail core on 277 north of Del Rio. Let's use the magical super duper measuring distance tool. It's going to be about 13 miles to 35 miles north of Del Rio. Very large hail core in terms of the distance it covers. And again, there could be some golf ball size hail falling with that well north of Del Rio. I will stay north of Del Rio, but may come and say hello to Brackenville over the next hour or so. Eventually, maybe Uvalde. These storms that are near Camp Wood should stay north of Uvalde and Highway 90 for now. You note a outflow boundary. This is moving south, so this will eventually cross over Highway 90. And we will have some rain and storms in Uvalde probably in the next 60 to 90 minutes, along with gusty north winds for those who may be out there. And we know there are a lot of people out there, unfortunately. Ooh, nasty little surge of wind just west of Camp Wood. So, again, severe storm northwest of Camp Wood. If this turns right and follows the outflow boundary south, this could actually be more of an issue for Uvalde. So, specifically for decision support services, those of you in Uvalde, don't be surprised if you have some strong, potentially damaging winds out of the north by, let's just say 11:45 p.m., maybe midnight. Hopefully y'all just get some rain and 30, 40 mile an hour north winds versus anything more. Y'all have had y'all have had more than enough to deal with for a very long time. You don't need Mother Nature adding in on it. So again, this storm will stay north of Del Rio, outflow boundary. Coming on into Del Rio, you might have some 30 mile an hour northerly wind gusts. Hail core staying north of Del Rio unless something changes, and it could always change. Mother Nature is a troll. Those of you in the Central Texas area, the only severe storm is for the Round Rock, Austin, Buda area, and that's currently extending from Blanco to Dripping Springs to Round Mountain, moving east at about 50 miles an hour. See it here, about 20 minutes now from Interstate 35. Pretty good surge of westerly winds with this thunderstorm. North of this storm, at this point, are non-severe storms. It's storming, it's pouring, The old man or old grandma's probably snoring, but at this point, and probably for most of the night, not going to have severe storms in North Texas. This activity moving in the Brazos Valley we'll keep an eye on, but so far that's been behaving. This stuff in Northeast Texas has been behaving, which is good. You can see a lot of rain behind this, a good inch or two of rain falling, and we need it. So be happy, because we could always be 110 degrees tomorrow. It's not going to be 110 degrees tomorrow. Be happy about that. So this will be staying, those storms will be staying north of Del Rio. Let's switch over to the magical super duper yippee-ki-yay how hard the winds are blowing mode. And you can see the radar out of Granger showing some winds over 70 miles an hour around Marble Falls right now. That would be moving towards Lago Vista, Cedar Park, Round Rock, Pflugerville, Briarcliff, Lakeway, Bee Cave. And if I switch us back over to the super duper magical how hard it's a raining mode, you can see an outflow boundary. I'll illustrate it here. This outflow boundary that extends back west into these storms. You can see another outflow boundary here. I think we have some interaction going on the north side of the storm that's helping to get some of those stronger winds down to the surface. Whether it's because the outflow boundaries are converging or it's just a coincidence, I don't know. But pretty good surge of wind showing up there now. We'll look from the San Antonio radar, or the New Braunfels radar, which is south of these storms, and that'll probably show a different picture. And yeah, you can see that. You can see this radar is showing winds 65 miles an hour riding down 290 east towards Dripping Springs. And the reason that looks different is the Granger radar is getting a good look at the northern section of these storms, while the New Braunfels radar is getting a better low-level scan of the south side of these storms. So combine both sources, get the lowest level scan possible, because the closer to the ground you're looking, the more likely it is to be realistic. And there you go. Potential for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds moving on east into portions of the Austin Metro. Again, at 10:47 p.m., severe storms were located along a line extending from near Marble Falls to 7 miles east of, I'm going to mess this up, I'm not even going to say it, from Marble Falls to Payne, moving east at 50 miles an hour. These storms could have 60 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. And again, they're moving east at about 50 miles an hour, so we'll put a new storm track on it. Moving east at about 50. Talking about 15 to 20 minutes for the downtown Austin. About 10 to 15 West Lake Hills. Lakeway, like now almost, within 5 minutes. Same for Lago Vista. Lender, about 15 minutes. Pflugerville and Round Rock, about 20 to 25 minutes. Buda, about 20 minutes. Kyle, about 20 minutes as well. And again, not all of these storms are going to be producing destructive winds. I mean, some folks are going to get nasty winds. Some folks are going to get 40 mile an hour winds. Not everyone's going to get enough wind to knock power out, knock trees over, knock down a twig onto your car. That's not what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with localized damaging winds. Looks like a amateur radio operator reported a 67 mile an hour wind gust out of Round Mountain. So we do have winds up almost to 70 miles an hour out of Round Mountain right now, which matches with what the Granger radar was showing. It's a miracle, honestly, that Granger radar is showing anything. Half the time a thunderstorm gets within 100 miles of this radar, it conks out for a week. So the fact it's actually operating is a small miracle. But I'm sure now that I've said that, there's going to be a rattlesnake or a beetle that gets too close to the electronics that's going to short the thing out. But again, 67 mile an hour wind gust reported in Round Mountain by amateur radio operator. So that makes sense with that strong surge of wind. That's going to be moving into Briarcliff, Lago Vista, Jonestown, Lender over the next 10 to 15 minutes. After that, Round Rock, Pflugerville. Y'all are going to be up into the magical gusty wind department. Could be enough wind, maybe cause some fence damage, knock down some tree limbs, crash some power lines together and make a little nighttime fireworks show, and then you won't have power, so not really a fireworks show you want, but... And then a quick bout of very heavy rain, maybe some small hail. So that's the northern side of this little bow echo, moving into the Briarcliff, Jonestown, Lago Vista, Lender, Round Rock, Pflugerville area. We'll head on back south into the magical New Braunfels radar, which, unlike its companion in Granger, doesn't seem to crash every other day. And we're still seeing a pretty good surge of wind coming on into Wimberley. Maybe some winds of 30 to 45 miles an hour. Stronger winds towards Dripping Springs. We know a little area of 60 to 65 mile an hour winds possible with that. Looks like we got a big old severe thunderstorm warning out here that will include the cities of Del Rio, Brackettville, Spofford, Yolvade, Camp Wood. So this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for a broken line of severe thunderstorms that extends from near Camp Wood to 12 miles northeast of Long Point. And this line of storms is moving southeast at about 45 miles an hour. So we're going to put a magical tracker on this. And I'm going to use the outflow boundary. Let me draw that again. So again, this is going to be when those outflow winds arrive. I want to point out the precipitation may not arrive as quickly. That precipitation may be 10 minutes later. So Yolvade, you've got, if this is actually moving at 45 miles an hour, let's just do it this way. There. We'll do 45 miles an hour, and this may be on the fast side, but this will be in the city of Yolvade at about 11:20 to 11:25 p.m. North winds at about, could be as high as 60 miles an hour. Hopefully nothing more than 30 to 40, but either way, for those folks out there, for decision support purposes, it's going to be enough wind to throw tents around. So, by chance, anyone out there listening is in Yolvade and is in proximity to one of those portable tents, you're not going to want to be near that tent when this wind arrives. You're going to probably want to secure those tents, get everyone inside into a sturdy shelter. If one of these storms with a hail core arrives, you could have quarter-size hail, maybe a little bit larger, and there's going to be some rain. So good bet on rain, gusty north winds, at least 30 to 40. Worst-case scenario, could have winds over 60 in the next 30 minutes, maybe some hail. So that also includes Brackettville, Spofford, probably going to stay just east of Del Rio, but again, Highway 90 from east side to Del Rio through Brackettville over to Yolvade, just west of Seminole. Severe thunderstorm warning through midnight. All right, someone just told me how to pronounce something. I'm going to look. Oh, my chat's catching up. I have made a horrible mistake. Oh, okay. Oh, come on, chat. It'll be okay. Sorry, I popped on the YouTube chat and it just suddenly started catching up. So I'm waiting because someone told me how to pronounce something. And I don't want... Uvalde. Thank you. Uvalde. I don't intentionally mispronounce things, by the way. And it wasn't until like the 5th grade I could actually say my R's correctly. I used to be one of the folks who would say R's as W. So instead of Robert, I'd say Wobert. So, Uvalde. So, all right. That's the case for folks out there. Let's go back to the town of weirdness. See what we're doing in terms of the wind department. Pretty good surge of wind still coming on into Lago Vista, it looks like, in Jonestown. So still showing some winds up to 70 miles an hour moving into Lago Vista. An amateur radio operator reported a 67 mile an hour wind gust in Round Mountain at about 10:50 p.m., so about 10 minutes ago. with this area of enhanced damaging straight line winds. So that's going to be moving into Jonestown, Lago Vista, Briarcliff, Lakeway. Eventually could be making its way into Round Rock and Pflugerville over the next 20 minutes or so. Potential for winds over 60 miles an hour. That's enough to knock down some tree limbs, some fence posts, cause some power outages. You know, all the fun stuff you want to deal with at midnight. But hey, at least if the power's going to go out this time, it won't be because of a massive power grid failure in 20-degree weather. What? Y'all hear anything? I didn't say anything. So, heading back down to the New Braunfels radar. We'll look at the south side of this storm. You can see still some pretty strong winds showing up around Dripping Springs over to Wimberley. And these storms are moving east at about 45 miles an hour, so about 15 minutes for downtown Austin. Manor, Elgin, closer to 25 minutes. Those of you from west sides of Austin, essentially over to Westlake Hills, Sunset Valley, Hayes, Bee Cave, now through about the next 5 to 10 minutes. So, we have no tornadoes at this point, just damaging straight line winds in spots, some pocket change size hail. And now a very large severe thunderstorm warning. Wow, look at that. I love it when we get severe thunderstorm warnings for like 8 counties at once. All right, it's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for... All right, let's just read it off the list. Medina, Bandera, Hayes, Uvalde, Kendall, Bear. See, I said that right. Real and Comal counties until midnight. At 11 p.m., a line of severe thunderstorms is located along the line extending from 6 miles north of Wood Creek to near Kendalia to near Vanderpool, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Line of storms is capable of producing localized wind gusts of 60 miles an hour and maybe some quarter-size hail. So this does include a pretty good chunk of the hill country down here. So let's just put on a magical super duper tracker. That's not what I want. What they say, moving at about 50. I don't know if it's moving at 50, but here, I'm going to try and draw the storm track for a large area. This may or may not work. They're saying about 50. This direction. Oh, good enough. So this box, per se, is where the storms may be over the next 1 hour. End of the box, about an hour from now. Hondo, New Braunfels. You know what? That's not right. Where's the magical arrow I can use? There we go. New Braunfels. In about 30 minutes. Kyle, about 15 minutes. Northwest sides of the San Antonio Metro, northwestern Bexar County, up towards Hollywood Park, maybe in about 25 to 30 minutes. And again, not all of these storms are going to have damaging straight line winds. Some may only have winds of 30, 35 miles an hour. There may be pockets of higher than 60. So, again, no signs of tornado mischief at this point. No signs of mega giant hail that's going to break your windows. But it's going to get windy. There's probably going to be some power outages in spots. Let's go back west. Take a look at our storms from Del Rio to Camp Wood. These storms are moving southeast at about 45 miles an hour. Remember earlier where we had storms moving at 15 to 25 to the east? And I told y'all they were going to start moving southeast more quickly. Here you go. So these storms passing just northeast of Del Rio. This storm that's northeast of Del Rio could be in Brackettville in the next 20 minutes. This storm near Camp Wood could be near Uvalde in about 20 to 25 minutes. Potential for heavy rain, strong north winds. Those who may be performing incident support, you're not going to want to be near any of those portable tents or anything that could go flying with gusty winds. All right. And we'll go look north real quick into North Texas. There's no severe weather ongoing in North Texas at this point. We've just got a lot of rain. In fact, here, let's do this. Let me cut down on the number of cities displaying. Kill the satellite data again. We know it's the middle of the night. We'll just take a 3-hour look. Here's what the radars look like over the last 3 hours. Caffeine. There's no severe weather in North Texas, in East Texas, or Northeast Texas. The activity you see is beneficial rains. Not too heavy, but still a good quantity. Leading edge of that line of storms in East Texas, Northeast Texas might have some lightning, maybe some gusty winds up to 40 miles an hour, but it's not severe, which is good. From essentially Pflugerville, Round Rock, south through Austin, all the way to Del Rio, we do have stronger storms where we have a more unstable air mass in place. It's closer to the Gulf of Mexico and is not been disturbed by other storms today. So there we are seeing storms that are on the stronger side. There are possibly some storms producing winds of 60 to 65 miles an hour. Most of those storms are producing winds of maybe 35 to 55 miles an hour. Maybe some pea to quarter-size hail. And heavy rainfall, plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning, as you'd expect with any thunderstorm in Texas in late May. So, enough to kick up some dust, some dirt, maybe some isolated power outages, especially where we see those winds over 60 miles an hour. Maybe some street flooding as these roll on into Interstate 35 from, essentially, at this point, Ardmore, Oklahoma, soon to be sent down to San Antonio. So not a great night to be on the interstate, but let's be honest, being on Interstate 35 is never usually a pleasurable experience if you're traveling. So as these storms continue to move east, you can see we have a cluster of storms moving into the Brazos Valley. Maybe 30 to 40 mile an hour winds, enough gusty winds to kick up some dirt, some gravel, but nothing severe. We'll switch back over to the super McDuper high-res weather radar, and you can see storm moving on into Austin the next 5 to 10 minutes. Gusty winds with it. Still seeing some indications of winds closer to 60 miles an hour in Lago Vista. But around Bee Cave, you can see the radar's estimating winds closer to maybe 35 to 45 miles an hour. And that's going to be the general expectation with most storms tonight. Pockets of higher winds, but most storms are not going to be producing, 60 plus mile an hour winds. This is not a derecho by any stretch of the imagination. And the hail signatures, honestly, I haven't seen any reports of more than pea-sized hail in the last 20 minutes, so these are strong to marginally severe storms, gusty winds, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe some small hail, but for the most part, I'd say they're mostly behaving themselves. And storms north of Highway 79 are completely behaving themselves. Yeah, it's raining, the rain's heavy at times, maybe some gusty 30-mile-an-hour winds, but you know what, that's about as nice of weather you can get with thunderstorms in May here. We're lucky there's not softball-sized hail flying around 100-mile-an-hour winds. So, hey, you know what? It's beneficial rain, and you're going to take it with a smile. Because trust me, it could easily also just be 110 degrees tomorrow. It's not going to be, but it could be if we didn't get rain. So we're going to take it with a smile and be thankful it's raining before the summer of doom arrives. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings continue all the way from Round Rock down through the northwest sides of Bexar County, all the way west on Highway 90 through Del Rio. Oh, look, we have a new severe thunderstorm, a couple new severe storms. Oh, I'm sorry, Stormies, I neglected you. This is what happens when I don't maintain situational awareness. Things happen. So we've got one storm capable of producing quarter-sized hail over Highway 359. This is going to be 25 miles east of Laredo near Aguilares, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. Again, maybe some 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. This one's a little bean of a storm, so this one probably does have some quarter-sized hail on it. Could pass near Hebronville in about, let's say 40 minutes. If this is moving more easterly than what I think this warning has it as, yeah, it's going to pass near Hebronville on 359 about 40 minutes. Maybe some quarter-size hail. All right, let's go take a look from the Del Rio radar. You can see this storm. Let's see where they have this near. This is going to be about 12 miles southeast of the... Oh, I'm going to mess this up. Jason, this is what happens when you don't tell me how to say these names ahead of time. Chupadera Ranch Airport, 28 miles south of the Carrizo Springs area. This one might have ping pong ball size hail as it moves towards Interstate 35 near Encinal. And again, I fully expect I messed that up, and I fully expect I'm going to be told how to say that in a minute. And I will accept that with open arms. Please do not throw rocks at me. All right, further north, we've got a severe storm, probably a good 8 to 10 miles northeast of Del Rio. This one probably has some quarter-sized hail with it. Definitely seeing some winds, maybe 50 to 60 miles an hour. It's going to be moving southeast at about 35 to 45 miles an hour. It's about to pay Brackenville a visit. Should stay a bit north of Spofford. Over towards Uvalde, we've got a severe storm north of town. This one might bring some strong winds up to 60, 65 miles an hour into Uvalde in the next 20 minutes out of the north. So those of you who might be in town working the incident, make sure you take those portable tents down, because those will go flying. Further to the east, storms extend from near Camp Wood to Bandera to Bernie, over to Wood Creek to the west side of Austin. We'll switch over to a closer radar to get a better look, and you can see these storms don't look as intense as compared to further southwest, but switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. It's got some wind. Still showing some wind gusts, maybe up to 60 miles an hour coming on into Lender. That'll be into Georgetown about 10 minutes. Winds maybe 55 to 60 miles an hour in Lago Vista, moving east at about 45 miles an hour towards Round Rock and Pflugerville, Hutto. If you're behind these storms, if you're in places like Burnett, Marble Falls, Round Mountain, Johnson City, Blanco, you're done. I mean, it's raining, it's pouring, but your threat of damaging winds and hopefully Old Man Snoring has concluded for the evening, but it'll be raining for a while yet. Let's head down to the New Braunfels radar. That'll give us a good look at what we have going on across central Texas, south of the Austin metro. And I suspect we'll see some stronger winds showing up here. And ooh, yes, we do. We've got a little pocket of stronger winds rolling on into Wimberley right now. Pocket of almost 70-mile-an-hour winds being detected on the New Braunfels weather radar. So we could have winds 60 to 70 rolling on into Wimberley, which could be enough to knock power out, cause some tree damage. I broke the radar. Alright, so that's the how hard it's a raining mode. I'm going to have to reset this radar program. It's being bad. And folks, there are no tornadoes. If you want to see what's going on in your neck of the woods, TexasStormChasers.com/radar. It'll also show you what warnings we have going on. We are dealing with severe storms with outflow winds, maybe some quarter-size hail. There are no tornadoes, no tornadoes, no spinny doom-dooms. And by the way, if you want to go enjoy winter, it's almost in the 30s in the Northwest Texas Panhandle right now. It's actually 44 degrees in Dalhart. In case you wanted a little wee bit of winter in late May. So again, seeing a pocket of near 70-mile-an-hour winds near Wimberley. That'll be moving towards Mountain City to Kyle over the next 10 minutes. Pretty good surge of wind showing up around Dripping Springs to Johnson City, but that is behind this line of storm. So that might actually be the rear inflow jet I was talking about. Winds aloft pushing the storms a little further to the east out in a Boeing shape, in which case that could increase the damaging wind threat around Austin to Elgin in the next 20 minutes. Assuming those winds aloft are able to reach the surface. We'll zoom back up to the Austin area, and you can see still seeing some pretty strong winds showing up on radar, but the apex of the Bow Echo right into downtown Austin. We'll see if we get any, what the wind measurements end up being from that. Let's go back down here. We'll take a look at the storms coming on into Barney to Bandera. Heavy rain Very small hail, maybe some winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour, moving on into Bernie down to Bandera, all the way southwest to south of Leakey on Highway 83, where it hits, or I should say intersects 127, and then that'll be moving down into Uvalde. Strong north winds, potentially up to 60 miles an hour. Pretty good surge of wind from Camp Wood to north of Brackettville. And then a pretty good little hail course showing up northwest of Brackettville. Maybe some quarter-size hailstones. We're not talking about anything in the golf ball, baseball, softball, bowling ball department this evening. Some high winds, some marginally severe hail, what we call pocket change size hail. So these storms moving on southeast at about 45 miles an hour. So let's put a storm track on it. We'll see how this does. Moving southeast at about 45. I think that is about what will work. So the end of this little box here is 1 hour from now, give or take. So Uvalde probably about 15 minutes, Hondo 15 minutes, San Antonio maybe closer to 30 to 45 minutes. I think this might be a little overambitious with the timing for San Antonio. New Braunfels probably closer to 15 minutes, and Brackettville, you're about to say hello to Stormy in the next 5 minutes. Spofford down to La Pryor, probably in the next, well, Spofford probably 15 to 25 minutes. And then the potential for the storms to make it into La Pryor in about 45 minutes. All right, let's see. I believe we have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Let's see if that's showing up on here yet. If so, we'll open it up and see what's inside. It's not, but I can read it on my other screen. Mesoscale discussion is essentially a short-term discussion meteorologically that helps keep everyone up to date on the expectations of what's going on now and then what we expect over the next several hours. So, Storm Prediction Center, I'm just going to read this summary first. Severe weather threat will spread southeast towards the coastal plains early this morning. Damaging winds and some hail remain possible. And it looks like we're going to see a new severe thunderstorm watch issued for the Middle Texas coast into the coastal plains soon. Now, I'm going to read the discussion. I'll try and filter through the meteorological mumbo-jumbo. A large complex of storms has evolved ahead of a notable trough, upper-level jet stream, advancing into the southern plains late this evening. Stronger forcing lift appears to be aiding strong to severe thunderstorms approaching the Balcones escarpment. Latest radar data suggests the leading edge of a bow echo is approaching Austin at roughly 45 miles an hour, and locally damaging winds are expected with this feature. A mesoscale convective vortex, an area of low pressure, will likely evolve just north of this bow over the next few hours, and the overall complex of storms should surge southeast into the coastal plains in the next few hours. A new severe thunderstorm watch appears warranted to account for this scenario. So, let me explain that in a way that won't make everyone's eyeballs glaze over. This feature you see here around Austin, that bow echo, as it continues to move east over the next hour, we're likely going to see a small area of low pressure develop. That's going to help these storms further southwest out towards Uvalde and Del Rio to start organizing into a more well-organized squall line. That'll help increase the damaging wind threat over the next few hours, but it'll also help push those storms faster to the southeast towards places like Freer, Beeville, Pleasanton, Corpus Christi, Kingsville, Victoria, and into the coastal plains, the Middle Texas coast over the next 3 to 5 hours. So that's essentially what they were saying. But for now, this little feature is bringing strong winds into Austin. Looks like we've had wind gusts up to about 50 miles an hour at Camp Mayberry, whatever. Winds of about 60 showing up on 183 and Lender. That'll be moving towards Georgetown. You can see that little bow echo, by the way. We'll switch back to the New Braunfels weather radar. That's showing storms extending into the northwestern sides of Bexar County now. Heavy rain in Wimberley, San Marcos. Seen a pretty good surge of wind aloft with these storms around Dripping Springs to Wimberley, so I don't know if those are reaching the surface yet, but we're going to have to keep an eye out over the next hour as these storms move southeast. That may help start pushing them southeast more quickly. And if the storms continue organizing, we may end up having more of those strong winds aloft transported down to the surface. Downward momentum. So otherwise, again, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds in spots with this line of storms that extends from just east of Del Rio, north of Uvalde, just north of Hondo to Bandera, northwestern San Antonio Metro up into Bernie, Wimberley, Buda, Austin, downtown Austin, stay weird, west of Georgetown right now up to near Florence. So looks like, let's see if I can get this little discussion to show up here now. Okay, it's not going to show up on here, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to draw it with my super duper awesome drawing skills. What they're talking about, pretty much, in my opinion, is going to be this. This line moving southeast. Over the next several hours, the potential for some winds, maybe some small hail. What they're expecting is this complex of storms around Austin is going to form an area of low pressure. You'll see a trailing line of thunderstorms, kind of like you already do, to be honest, that'll move southeast. Threat for some damaging winds, some quarter-size hail. Those will probably make it to the Texas coast by 4 a.m. Where the more organized those storms become, the faster to the southeast they're going to move. An example being these storms approaching San Antonio, now moving at 50 miles an hour. Remember several hours ago, I mean, I've been streaming since what, 4 o'clock? Those storms were moving at 5 to 15 miles an hour back in the Permian Basin. The big country, West Texas, we were talking about 5 miles an hour. Remember when we were doing severe weather coverage for the city of Lubbock? And now we're doing severe weather coverage for San Antonio? And the storms that were moving 5 to 15 are now moving at 50? Yeah, that's going to continue until stormies make it off the coast. So, severe weather potential with these storms in terms of damaging winds certainly will continue probably until they push off the Texas coast in 3 to 5 hours. So, locally damaging winds, maybe some quarter-size hail. Heavy rain, that's a good bet. So, places like Corpus Christi, Beeville, Yoakum, Victoria, Seadrift. Even to portions like maybe Sealy, Brenham, Bay City. We're going to have our own round of storms. Y'all are going to be dealing with this later. So let's switch back to the Granger radar. Apparently, just got a report of no electricity in parts of northwest Austin. So we know these storms are knocking out power in some spots. There's wind with them, that's for sure. And that'll continue. A lot of reports of pea-size hail, a lot of gusty winds in Austin right now. Again, these are not hailers, maybe pea-size hail. Pea-size hail, by the way, Papa Indio Echo. How about this? Let's try this again. Papa Echo Alpha, not Papa Echo Echo, as I reported hail once, which was unfortunate, but funny nevertheless, is quarter inch, 0.25 inches in diameter. So, new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for portions of Williamson, Caldwell, Hayes, Travis, Bastrop, Lee, and Fayette counties until 12:30 this morning. And again, this is going to be the potential for winds of 60 miles an hour, maybe some hail. Mostly pea-size hail, maybe quarter-size hail in spots, but again, we haven't really heard of any hail larger than the size of a pea over the last hour in these areas. That the biggest issue is wind. Enough wind to probably knock out power for some folks. Knock some tree limbs down. And I'm just looking over some data here. I wonder if the fine folks at A&M have their radar going tonight. I haven't seen anything, so they may not. And I don't think they do. That is a sad, but to be expected since it's summertime and the students are gone.
To my knowledge, it's Yoakum.
Yoakum. So I said that right.
Yoakum and Cuero.
Cuero. Let's see, I would have messed that up. Good to know. Cuero and Yoakum. Which is good to know. So, what I'm going to do real quick, we're going to look at the state view. We're going to turn off the satellite because it's the middle of the night. Y'all know there's clouds. I mean, if you want me to, I'll turn on the night satellite view. It's going to look really weird to y'all, but there you go. By the way, if you want to know what you're looking at, the reds, here, I'll just turn off the radar. Reds, those are upper level clouds, very tall clouds. The purples you're looking at, this is actually clear skies. There's no clouds there. This is the night microphysics view. You want to know what low clouds look like on here at night, and this is what it looks like. This is low clouds, maybe some fog. Again, I don't typically show this because, as you can see, 99% of people who aren't weather weenies would be completely weirded out and confused by it, and rightfully so. So, if you want me to show you what cloud tops look like in terms of what we might be looking at for tropical spinny mischief, here we go. These are cloud heights, which is another way of saying how tall the clouds are. Colder the clouds, the taller they are, the more intense thunderstorms are. So you can see thunderstorms put off a lot of clouds. It's not just the individual updrafts, but it's the anvil debris they shoot off. Okay, science lesson over. Let's loop the radar over the last, let's just do the last hour. How about that? This will be radar data over the last hour. Y'all can see it's raining in North Texas. Nothing severe. Same thing for Northeast Texas. Nothing severe. I don't think there's going to be anything severe based on how that's behaving. That's just good beneficial rain. Main severe weather threat's going to be with these storms across the southern Brazos Valley down into the coastal plains, the hill country, and the northern Edwards Plateau, also moving towards the middle Texas coast over the next 3 to 4 hours. You can see an organizing line of thunderstorms around Austin, trailing line of storms all the way back through San Antonio to Uvalde, down to east-northeast of Del Rio, which means it's time for that magical time of night where I consume more caffeine. Because I'm running on 4 hours of sleep. So I haven't heard of any hail reports besides very small pea-sized hail around Austin. I've seen some reports of gusty winds, a couple of power outages, which is to be expected, even if we don't have super gusty winds, and we have gusty winds. Lightning will do that. So, yeah. And no, there are no tornadoes with this activity. I can't rule out a brief weak tornado overnight, but this is not a tornado setup. And most of these winds at the moment are on the lower side of being what we consider severe, 60 mile an hour at most right now. So this is not one of those super high-end severe weather events at the moment in terms of problems. Nevertheless, I mean, you don't want to be outside when these hit. They're thunderstorms. 51 mile an hour gust at Austin Bergstrom International Airport. So, yeah, about 50 mile an hour winds around Austin. The criteria for a severe thunderstorm is 58 mile an hour winds or higher, so not considered severe, still more than enough to cause some localized power outages, knock some weak tree limbs down, tree limbs that didn't survive the super duper winter blast known as hell freezing over last winter, or 2 winters ago. Really good time to fly a kite, as amusing as that would be. I think we don't need anyone getting hit by lightning by flying a kite tonight. I'm banned from flying kites anyway. Last time I flew a good kite, it ended up cutting into a power line and knocking power out to an entire university. Real story, by the way. That was a funny sort of thing. I was a kid. But I think it set part of the computer lab on fire too. But I'm not allowed to fly kites now because of that. So, severe storm approaching Brackettville, coming up with some quarter-size hail north of town, maybe some winds near 60 miles an hour. We've got the outflow boundary moving into Uvalde with rain not far behind. Probably north winds gusting up to 45 miles an hour. We've got storms that aren't as intense looking moving into northwestern Bexar County soon. These storms might have some winds of 55 miles an hour in spots, but not it just looks like heavy rain at the moment. And it's not even that much cloud to ground lightning, to be honest with you. I mean, I can turn lightning on. Here, hold on a second. I'll grab my little lightning thing and overlay it. For those of you asking about weather radar, by the way, the weather radar is texasstormchasers.com/radar, or download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app in Google Play and Apple App stores. Right, get the radar lightning feed added. Super duper lightning. Or it just won't show lightning at all right now. Don't worry, I'm sure it'll show up later and completely and utterly surprise me, but... Texas Storm Chasers in the Google Play and Apple App stores. If you want weather radar, just go to texasstormchasers.com/radar, or just Texas Storm Chasers radar. You can Google it and you'll find it pretty easily. So, line of storms extends from near Georgetown to Austin to San Marcos to south of Boerne. It's pouring in Boerne right now. To just north of Uvalde, just north of Brackettville, and east of Del Rio. Del Rio, you're not going to get anything out of this unless you magically see a storm pop up. And it looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm watch until 5 a.m. Oh, I assume this is going to include a big chunk of the coastal plains, the middle Texas coast, aka Corpus Christi, Victoria, El Campo, but I'll let you know when that watch is out. It actually includes a good chunk of southeast Texas as well. Looks like it includes the Houston Metro until 5 a.m. So probably Houston Metro, southwest of Corpus Christi through 5 a.m. When I see the graphic, I'll let you know. La, 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 la. I'm actually kind of surprised I haven't seen the graphic yet. Usually those come out pretty quickly on here, but alas, life is full of surprises and joys and not so much joy. But again, severe storms. There we go. So I have severe thunderstorm watch. I'll just go ahead and, for all intents and purposes, highlight it. It's going to go from roughly there down to there. That's your severe thunderstorm watch until 5 a.m. And that'll be for some of these storms producing damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Wind gusts, again, over 60 miles an hour. Maybe some quarter-size hail in spots. Really not dealing with too much hail right now. And there is a very low risk for a brief tornado spin-up. But again, we haven't had issues with that for a while, so... and we'll see. And for what it's worth, depending on how these storms behave, we might see some gusty winds actually continue for a while behind these storms. If that happens, it's going to be called a wake low. But again, leading edge of these storms, definitely a lot of strong winds on the leading edge. Most wind gusts, probably about 45 to 60 miles an hour, which will certainly catch your attention. But those of you southeast of this line of storms, I mean, have a way to get weather warnings overnight. A free weather app that gives you weather warnings, weather radio, There's a bunch of free apps out there. Red Cross, I think, has one. And also, if you have wireless emergency alerts issued, your phone's going to go bazonkers if a warning with 80-mile-an-hour winds or higher, baseball-size hail or larger, and I don't think we're going to have baseball-size hail, or a tornado warning is issued, your wireless emergency alerts will go off. But sounds like most of Austin just got some strong winds, some small hail. And those storms, again, are moving southeast at about 45 to 60 miles an hour now, so. Boop. Actually, here, let me see. Maybe that new watch is already on here. It might be. Nope, not yet. That's the old severe watch. So, this line of storms is going to be moving like, probably like this. So pretty much, for one, this little circle of my super duper preschool drawing skills, you're going to have storms tonight. At some point, you're going to have a leading edge of the storms that could have lightning, thunder, gusty winds, maybe some small hail, and then you're going to have a few hours of rain after that. So, that's what we're going to be dealing with. I do believe this is a good time to invite everyone who's watching on our social media platforms. Come join us on YouTube, Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube, or just join us on the Texas Storm Chasers website. We're going to go ahead and let our folks on Facebook, Twitter go, and we'll keep streaming on the YouTubes. I'll be taking a quick little break here from the audio, but we'll keep the radar up and then coverage will continue. But all right. Give it just a second. YouTube, we're not going anywhere. You're just going to see an end screen for a second. We'll be right back. Yeah. Okay, let's try that again. So, plan here is to take a quick break. Video will stay up with radar looping. Be back at about midnight or sooner if necessary as we track this line of storms. From east of Del Rio to near Austin, I'll be moving southeast into the coastal plains, parts of the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas tonight. Damaging straight-line winds from the strongest storms, maybe some nickel-dime quarter-size hail, very low risk of a brief tornado. Not really too worried about tornadoes tonight. But we'll be here. Storms now moving southeast at about 45 to 55 miles an hour. So again, be back by midnight or sooner. Live stream's going to stay up with the chat, though, so y'all feel free to stick around and chat amongst yourselves. A 60-mile-per-hour wind gust was measured at Austin-Bergstrom International Airport at 11:36 p.m. A 46-mile-per-hour wind gust has been measured at New Braunfels. A 49-mile-per-hour wind gust has been measured at Laughlin Air Force Base. A 54-mile-per-hour wind gust has been measured in Hondo. At 11:37 p.m., Austin Bergstrom recorded a 61-mile-per-hour wind gust. A 58-mile-per-hour wind gust was just recorded in Hondo. San Antonio International Airport just recorded a 63-mile-per-hour wind gust. We'll be back in just a moment with continuing severe weather coverage. Alright, so stormies have apparently decided to become super duper misbehaved. Where's the button? There's the button. Hi. Okay, so I'll stop the loop. Sounds like we're getting some pretty good winds in parts of San Antonio now. Even out ahead of these storms, so let's switch back over to the super duper radar. This outflow boundary is apparently pushing out some pretty good winds, even though the radar isn't necessarily showing super duper strong outflow. Weather stations all the way from San Antonio up to Austin are measuring winds of 55 to 63 miles an hour. So that's enough to cause power outages, knock down tree limbs, cause some fence damage, may even take a couple shingles off your roof. So I have to let the dog out. You pick the best times to do this, dog. Come on. Apologies, the dog rules my life. But again, leading edge of these storms now extend from... Here, we'll go back out here. From... essentially... Ooh, that's a cute little appendage. Spinny? No spinny. From near Brackenville to Uvalde to all the way down Highway 90, pretty much at this point to just north of downtown San Antonio. Head back east, up Interstate 35 to near, well, east of Austin to near Bastrop to near Rockdale at this point. These storms are now moving southeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. Some are moving at 50, some are moving at 40. It is what it is, but a severe thunderstorm watch is in effect until 5 a.m. pretty much from the upper Texas coast all the way down to Laredo and Corpus Christi. So these storms, as they continue to move east-southeast tonight at about 40 to 50 miles an hour, could continue to produce winds of 45, 55, even 65 miles per hour. Some small hail. We're not really dealing with much hail right now. Maybe some pea-size hail. And we can't rule out a brief tornado. But again, by far the most annoying issue from this is going to be the strong outflow winds that could cause some tree limbs to come down. Some damaging winds for sure. Maybe some power out. Well, yeah, there's going to be some power outages. So keep an eye out if you're out and about this evening. Could have some tree limbs down on the road. You don't want to run into one of those and have them go through your radiator like Tornado Intercept Stephen Jones had happen once. And these storms will probably be off the Gulf Coast by 5 a.m. So, going to be a busy next several hours across the coastal plains, parts of southeast Texas, down to the middle Texas coast and south central Texas, as Squally McSquallline moves southeast at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So, we'll be here. We'll be keeping an eye on things. We'll plan on doing another update here at about 12:15, but again, main story continues to be damaging straight line winds, 60, 65 miles an hour, moving on through. And at least the good news is behind these storms, it won't be hot. We're going to have a couple hours of rain continue. So that'll be the name of the game. If it was a game. It's not really a game. All right, good morning. It's now the 25th of March. How about this? 25th of May, 2022, Wednesday morning, coming up on 12:10 a.m. Line of severe thunderstorms now moving through San Antonio, Austin, down to Uvalde. This line of storms is now moving southeast at about, 45 miles an hour. I'm going to actually turn on. We'll stay here on YouTube. So, this line of storms moving southeast now. Let me switch over to the higher resolution radar. Most of San Antonio is getting pummeled with 55 to 65 mile an hour winds. Most of the weather stations around town are reporting a lot of winds closer to 60, 65 miles an hour. That's enough to knock out power, certainly cause some minor tree damage, maybe some minor damage to your roof, unfortunately. But it's going to be from near Uvalde to Hondo to San Antonio, up through New Braunfels to Bastrop to Rockdale to Cameron. Storms are moving east-southeast now at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. The potential for wind gusts up to about 60 to 65 miles an hour. We're not dealing with hail. That's been pretty clear over the last hour. Haven't heard any hail reports, just a lot of wind reports. So these storms moving southeast 40, 45 miles an hour, producing strong north-northwest winds up to 65 miles an hour. In fact, I'll turn some of the local storm reports on across San Antonio. 58 mile an hour wind gusts measured at San Antonio Stinson Airport at 12:06. We had a report of tree damage north of San Antonio. Castle Hills report of tree damage. Windcrest tree damage, tree limb damage. 56 mile an hour wind gust at Kelly Field in San Antonio at 12:01. And I know we had, I believe, a wind gust a wee bit earlier of 63 miles an hour at San Antonio International Airport. So hearing reports of power outages from Austin all the way down to San Antonio, which isn't a surprise with these strong winds. A wind gust of 58 miles an hour at 11:45 out in Hondo. So these storms will continue moving southeast this morning at 40 to 45 miles an hour. While we're here, let's do a quick look at the high-res rapid refresh model. We'll go ahead and press a couple buttons here to get the correct labels on the screen, and we'll take a look. That'll give us a good idea of what we can expect over the next several hours. Before we do anything, latest HER, as we call it, let's go to now on the HER just to see how it's doing. It's doing all right. I mean, it's not super duper great, but it's got a good idea of where storms are. So let's pop ahead to 2 a.m. Line of storms extending at this point, probably southeast of Eagle Pass to Pleasanton, to LaGrange, to Brenham, to Bryan College Station, up to Crockett, Jacksonville. Moving southeast, probably 40 to 50 miles an hour. We'll pop ahead to 4 a.m. You can see storms from near Laredo to Corpus Christi to almost into downtown Houston, up to Nacogdoches, to Wascom, to Texarkana. And then you can see by 6 a.m., mainline is mostly off the coast. A few scattered storms remain further west from Corpus Christi, north of Laredo over to Interstate 35. And then some storms still in the Golden Triangle, maybe some gusty winds. But by 8 a.m., actually still has some stronger storms around Corpus Christi. But general idea is we expect this line of storms to move off the Texas coast by about 4 a.m. And it's 12:12 right now. So over the next 4 hours. And then spotty rain will continue behind the initial line of storms for a few hours. And then later today, we'll have some showers across the Texas Panhandle up into Oklahoma. And we should be starting to clear out here in Texas, I believe. Let me see. I can actually look at a cloud cover map. Yeah, you could see this is the sky cover at about noon today. You could see the model's got some clearing across the state. Still plenty of clouds, though. We'll fast forward to 4 p.m. Here's what cloud cover may look like. Some wraparound moisture on the backside of a departing upper-level storm system across the Panhandle, northwest Texas, Texoma. Still some clouds across central Texas, and then we still have some showers and storms. South Texas, the coastal bend into southeast Texas, I believe, though not really in the severe weather department, just some scattered storms. So that's what we're looking at right now. as storms continue to move southeast early this morning towards south central Texas, the coastal. Here, let me press this. The coastal bend, the coastal plains, the Brazos Valley into southeast Texas. So we'll be here keeping an eye on things, but hopefully we're able to keep things on the calmish side in terms of there not being significant damaging winds of like 75, 80 miles an hour. We're not dealing with any big hail, anything like that. And again, no issues with spinny doom dooms, otherwise known as tornadoes, for a while now. But we'll be keeping an eye out just in case we have any sort of mesoscale accident occur. But again, these storms all the way from Bastrop, San Antonio out to Uvalde are producing damaging straight line winds of 55 to 65 miles an hour. That's certainly problematic for power lines and stuff like that. So we'll be keeping an eye on things. Hope you will be too. We'll keep the radar loop playing. You can always keep an eye on the sky with the Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. So we'll be here. Alright, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is 1:12 a.m. on Wednesday, the 25th of May, 2022. Hopefully what's going to be our final severe weather update for the night, mainly just because I am exhausted at this point. And storms are mostly behaving in terms of higher-end severe weather. We still have a line of severe storms at this point extending from, east of Eagle Pass, let's just say Crystal City to Dilley, to Kennedy, over to LaGrange, up to Bryan College Station. Some of these storms are still producing wind gusts in the isolated department of about 60 miles per hour, but most of this activity is behaving itself with the potential for maybe some pea to dime size hail, wind gusts of 40 to 50, and again, locally higher than 60 miles per hour. Of course, heavy rain and cloud to ground lightning. These storms continue to move southeast at about 40 miles an hour and will continue to do that until they are off the coast in about 2.5 to 3 hours. Further to the north, we still have rain, moderate rain, falling across central Texas, North Texas, and East Texas. Some of this is producing lightning, thunderstorms, but not severe, not expecting damaging winds from storms, tornadoes, hail, anything like that up there. So over the next couple hours, again, these storms will continue to move south and southeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. Some of them are going to produce some damaging winds, enough to knock some trees down, tree limbs down, cause some sporadic power outages, and again, maybe a quick 1 to 2 inches of rain as well. So it'll be loud in Houston in about 2 to 3 hours. These storms will quickly roll through, several hours of rain thereafter, before rain starts to clear out by late morning, and then maybe a couple of thunderstorms this afternoon. But otherwise, main threat again will be localized damaging straight line winds and the potential for some isolated flooding. I can't rule out some small hail, but really the hail threat has diminished quite a bit compared to what we were dealing with yesterday afternoon. So severe thunderstorm watch does remain in effect until 5 a.m. for the coastal bend, South Texas, the coastal plains into southeast Texas, and that watch will be canceled from northwest to southeast as these storms continue to progress. So keep an eye on the sky. You can always do that with the Texas Storm Chasers Interactive Weather Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. But with that, I suspect that will be our, or at least my final update for this morning. As always, if we have any higher end severe weather, hurricane force winds or tornadoes, I will be back with alarm bells going off, scaring me half to death, but nevertheless back. So, thank you for joining us this evening and overnight. Y'all stay weather aware, and again, localized damaging winds will be the main threat as we continue over the next few hours in southeast Texas, the coastal plains, into the middle Texas coast, the coastal bend, and South Texas. Weather radar on our website and in our mobile app. Y'all have a great rest of your night, and hopefully you don't see me again.